डिटेल है। विशेष करके आप जानते हैं कि हिमाचल में बहुत ज़्यादा जो है पर्यटक आते हैं, तो इस यहाँ आपका आधार कार्ड, मंडी क्षेत्र का आधार कार्ड होना ज़रूरी है। और साथ में जो पार्लियामेंट्री आपका काम है वो भी एक चिट्ठी पे लिखा हुआ होना चाहिए,
इस तरफ भी दिखा,
ताकि लोगों को कोई असुविधा ना हो। नहीं तो क्या होता है कि टूरिस्ट इतने ज़्यादा, मैंने देखा है मनाली में भी आ जाते हैं, कि जो आम लोग होते हैं उनको बहुत असुविधा हो जाती है। तो मंडी क्षेत्र का आधार कार्ड और पार्लियामेंट्री वर्क जो है उसका लेटर।
हम जनप्रतिनिधि हैं और हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है एज पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स कि हम अपने प्रदेश के हर वर्ग के लोगों से मिलें, चाहे वो छोटा कार्य है, चाहे वो बड़ा कार्य है, चाहे वो पॉलिसी मैटर है, चाहे वो इंडिविजुअल कार्य है। और उसके लिए किसी का आइडेंटिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति हमारे पास आ रहा है या किसी भी जनप्रतिनिधि के पास आ रहा है तो अपने काम के लिए आ रहा है, और उनको वहाँ पर ये कहना कि आपको ये कागज़ चाहिए या वो कागज़ चाहिए तभी आपको मिला जाएगा, मैं समझता हूँ कि ये ठीक नहीं है। तो मैंने तो ये कहा है कि एज पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हमसे कोई भी आके मिल सकता है, प्रदेश के किसी भी कोने से आके मिल सकता है।
Now, Adani Group's Viniam Port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, Maersk, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating a history. Now, actor Kamal Haasan's Indian 2 releases today. It's a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian, directed by Shankar. Both have teamed up after 28 years. Anirudh has scored music for this pan-India film. Ravi Varman has done cinematography. The cast includes Kajal Agarwal, Siddharth, Priya, Bhavani, Shankar, Rakul Preet, Gulshan, among others. NDTV's Sam Daniel spoke exclusively to Kamal Haasan. Listen in.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Haasan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV.
Here we are and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहाँ पे मैं देता हूँ आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए, बिकॉज
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. In his latest solo press conference since November, Joe Biden vows to press on after calling Kamala Harris Vice President Trump. But the ever-growing camp that thinks Joe Biden should quit the presidential race now includes some of his close advisors. To help us decipher what is going to happen in November's election in the US, historian Alan Lichtman will be joining us. Mr. Lichtman has correctly predicted the results of 9 of the 10 most recent US presidential elections. There is a sharp 19% decline in Indian Americans supporting incumbent President Joe Biden between the last election of 2020 and the 2024 election cycle, according to a biannual Asian American voter survey, the longest-running survey of Asian American voters. Demand for oil in 2025 is projected to grow less than previously expected after the global oil market had its slowest quarter since the end of 2022, the International Energy Agency has said in its latest monthly report. Well, our big focus, US President Joe Biden has declared that he still is the best person to defeat Donald Trump and defended his ability to continue his campaign. In fact, in his first solo news conference since November, and with Washington on edge, the 81-year-old Biden dismissed a question about fellow Democrats declaring that he was no longer up for the rigors of the campaign and should abandon his re-election bid. But you know, the ever-growing camp that thinks Joe Biden should quit the presidential race now includes some of his close advisors. Longtime Biden aides and confidants are looking for ways to convince him to step aside. This is what the New York Times is reporting. While several allies involved in his re-election efforts say that they see his chances of winning as zero. Several Democrats are reportedly making plans to break with the president if he flops at the press conference at the NATO summit, which many would say wasn't his best. But with the daily threat of another slip-up, his defenses have never looked weaker against a broader assault, as per several experts. In fact, just ahead of his solo remarks, Biden introduced Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky as President Putin, before quickly correcting himself. And as he spoke at a high-stakes solo news conference, Biden made an early gaffe by referring to his vice president as Vice President Trump. Listen in.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President. I'm better. You are a hell of a lot better. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one, the fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again.
Well, after decades of viewing China as a distant threat, NATO has accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that it halt shipments of weapon components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. In fact, this statement is contained in a declaration approved by the 32 leaders of the alliance. Meanwhile, China and Russia lashed out at NATO's efforts to weaken Moscow and its ties to Beijing at the Washington summit. A Chinese official said NATO's accusation that Beijing is the decisive enabler of Russia's invasion of Ukraine was filled with Cold War mentality. Well, it's an extraordinary moment in American politics. The US President Joe Biden hosting a NATO summit, standing at a microphone, trying to reassure American allies and enemies, voters, donors, opponents, and members of his own Democratic Party that he is fit to serve and run for re-election. But minutes in, the gaffe started, mixing up his opponent and vice president, an ally and an enemy. To help us decipher what is going to happen in November, we have with us historian Alan Lichtman. Mr. Lichtman has correctly predicted the results of 9 of the 10 most recent US presidential elections. And he warns that if Democratic delegates rebel against Joe Biden and choose another Democratic nominee, it could spell chaos for the party. But thank you for joining us on the NDTV network, Mr. Lichtman. Those calling for Biden to drop out now include Peter Welch of Vermont, several House Democrats, as well as mega donor George Clooney. Does he need his trusted friends in the Democratic leadership to show him the way? Do you think more prominent names will actually join this chorus and ask Biden to step down?
Here's what all those people who are asking Biden to step down have in common. The journalists, the political operatives like James Carville, the Hollywood celebrities like George Clooney, the pundits, the Democratic senators and congressmen. They have no track record in predicting elections, and yet they claim to be able to predict what the Democrats need to do to win. I do have a track record through my keys to the White House, the 13 keys that have been right for 40 years since I predicted Ronald Reagan's re-election in April 1982 during what was then the worst recession since the Great Depression, when his approval ratings were in the gutter. And the keys show the folly of trying to push Biden out and find, some savior for the Democrats. The way my system works, if 6 keys go against the White House party, they're predicted losers. Biden ticks off the incumbency key and the party contest key because 87% of primary voters nominated him. We follow the advice of all these critics. You lose the incumbency key and you lose the party contest key. So instead of starting 2 keys up with 6 of the remaining 11 have to fall to predict their defeat, you start 2 keys down and only 4 keys would have to fall to predict their defeat. But leave aside the keys, look at history. Since the turn of the 20th century, the party holding the White House has never, and I repeat, never won when there's an open seat at an internal party contest. What in effect these critics are doing is recreating the situation in 2016 of an open seat in a party contest that led to the election of Donald Trump in the first place. And, they're all claiming, oh my God, all these horrible polls on Biden. And it is true. A substantial majority of the American people think Biden is too old and may be diminished, but that doesn't mean they're going to vote against him. A poll came out today from the Washington Post, ABC News, which showed Trump and Biden head-to-head in a dead heat, 46% to 46%. Even when you throw in all the other candidates, which is very reliable, they're still in a dead heat, with Trump at 43, Biden at 42. In other words, despite all this moaning and crying and, carrying out their dirty laundry in public, there is no evidence that the debate diminished Biden's re-election chances. Also, a couple of days ago, a swing state poll came out. Biden has been trailing in the swing states. This was a poll of 3 states. It showed Biden ahead in the critical swing states of Michigan and Wisconsin, behind in Arizona, but within striking distance. And there was another poll from Emerson College, an independent poll, which tested the proposition of whether these supposed white knight candidates who would save the Democratic Party would do better against Trump than Biden. Again, head-to-head, the poll had Trump and Biden even, 50-50, and it looked at 9 other alternatives, and every one of them trailed between a minimum of 5 points and a maximum of 10 points behind Donald Trump.
But sir, some say the last 2-3 days have been quite damaging for the Biden campaign. What kind of effect has this had on his candidacy?
Doesn't seem to have been damaging at all based
Right.
upon the post-election polls. And, you know, I have to really call out the media on this. They've done everything in their power to undermine Biden. You know, I get all these news feeds, and the great majority of stories are about Biden's faltering debate performance. And that's legitimate. But they have totally underplayed the far more dangerous debate performance of Donald Trump, who's tried to lie his way to the presidency. He issued one lie for every 1 minute to 20, 30 seconds of speaking time. Huge lies about the January 6th insurrection, about the 220 election, about Roe versus Wade, where he claims everybody wanted it overturned when over 60% of the American people didn't. He lied about inflation, saying it's gone up 4 times. In fact, it's gone up 1/8 of that, 25%. And just today, a new report came out showing that in June, inflation actually went down rather than up. Plus, Trump has promised to be a dictator. You know, he said, I'll be a dictator just on day one, but every dictator in the history of the world that's been a dictator on day one has been a dictator forever. So at least there should have been an even coverage, not overwhelming coverage on Biden and ignoring, to a great extent, Trump. Finally, too little, too late, the New York Times, which has trashed Biden mercilessly, came out too little, too late today saying Donald Trump is not fit to be president. And they're absolutely right. Our democracy is hanging by a thread. And you know what? All these media folks who've been complicit with Donald Trump will rue the day if Donald Trump gets elected, because like other authoritarians, one of the first things he will do under the cover of Supreme Court immunity will be to snuff out the independent media.
Right. But sir, you know, last time we spoke, you had mentioned that it was too early to predict the outcome for November. Has that changed now? Where do both the candidates, Trump and Biden, stand?
I have not made a final prediction. I will do so after the Democratic convention in August. But based on my keys, a lot would have to go wrong for Biden to lose. Certainly
That's what you said last time as well.
But right now, Biden is down 2 of my keys. Remember, 6, and his party loses the White House. He's down my mandate key because of Democratic losses in the midterm U.S. House elections. He's down my incumbent charisma key because he's no FDR or Ronald Reagan. And here are the 4 shaky keys your audience should be looking at. Third party will, and this is the only time I use polls, but I don't take them at face value, I cut them in half. To be a significant third party to count against the White House party, the candidate has to get at least 5% of the vote, but I don't know that. So I take the polls, but I cut them in half because of the Lichtman wasted vote syndrome. I love you, RFK Jr., but you can't win, so I'm not going to vote for you. So he's got to stabilize at least 10%. Social unrest. Will we get an explosion of social unrest this summer, comparable to the 1960s or the Black Lives Matter movement? Doesn't look that way, but that's still possible. And finally, we have the foreign/military success and failure keys. With respect to that, here's what I'm looking at. You know, all these critics of Biden have not shown at all that it's affected his presidency. He's had an amazing presidency, incredibly competent. You know, debate performance is way down on the list of what it takes to be a successful president. And Biden's always had issues with debate performance. Far more important are your values, your judgment, your experience, your respect for American democracy and its institutions. Biden has more domestic accomplishments than any president since the 1960s. It was Biden and Biden alone that put together the coalition of the West that stopped Putin from conquering Ukraine. And inflation has gone down 2/3 on his watch. And as I said, the latest report shows inflation has actually declined in June. So, you know, what's the measure? A bad debate or 3.5 years plus of a presidency? And what I'm looking for right now that I think could change the whole narrative, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's possible, would be if Biden brokers a ceasefire and a hostage release in the Middle East.
So far, Biden and his staff have remained defiant in the face of calls to quit the US presidential race. Do you think they'll budge or keep resisting these calls? And would a Harris-led ticket give Democrats a better shot at beating Donald Trump?
Democrats have long claimed, hey, we know it's electable, right? We've nominated some really electable candidates, experienced candidates, knowledgeable candidates, proven winners, candidates who win debates, like Walter Mondale in 1984, Michael Dukakis in 1988, John Kerry in 2004, Hillary Clinton in 2016. And what do all those electable candidates have in common? They've all lost. So not only don't these Democrats and other critics have any track record of prediction, they are completely misguided when it comes to who they think is electable.
Right, but do you think the dismal debate performance of Biden and the calls for him to quit the race have actually tilted the scales in Trump's favor?
I don't think so. The polls don't show any change. If anything, in the swing states, Biden has improved. And the media spin has been totally misleading. You would think nobody thought Biden won the debate. In fact, the CNN poll showed a third, 33% thought Biden won the debate. And it was a sample that leaned Republican. So if it was a more even sample, likely more respondents would have thought Biden won the debate. And you would think from the media, remember, the great majority of Americans didn't watch the debate. They got their spin from the media. You would think this is the worst debate for a Democrat in history. Nonsense. Barack Obama in his first debate, only 20%, not 33%, thought Obama won the debate. And the polls did swing 12 points. Romney went from 8 points down among likely voters to 4 points up. And all the pundits, not all of them, but a lot of the pundits were saying Obama's dead, he's finished, Romney is going to win. Big cautions from the lessons of history. And, not only have these critics ignored the most successful prediction system that's been right for 40 years, they've ignored the history of what happens when there's an open seat in a contest, and they've ignored the history of debates. Debates have no predictive value. Hillary Clinton won the debates. John Kerry won the debates, and of course they lost.
Meanwhile, as the Democrats go into a very public meltdown about Joe Biden's fitness to be their presidential candidate, there is an unusual sound emanating from Donald Trump. Silence. Many say it's so out of character. You believe this is a deliberate strategy? He's known to strike when the iron is hot.
I have a plan B for the Democrats. If they're foolish enough to force Biden out, what Biden should do then is resign the presidency for the good of the country. If he doesn't have the capacity to campaign, it's hard to say he's the capacity to govern for another 6 months or so. He would resign for the good of the country, which would contrast him with Donald Trump, who's only in it for himself. Harris would become president. She'd become the consensus nominee as the sitting president, and they would tick off again the incumbency key and the contest key. But if he just steps down and then the Democrats have a big brawl trying to figure out who should replace him, and the polls show no alternative does better, they all do worse. But leaving that aside, they lose both those keys. So that's my plan B.
Well, many would argue that the Democrats are in trouble with very few good options at the moment. Some would say their best hope is that Donald Trump reverts to form and stops giving them the silent treatment. But always a pleasure to hear your perspective, Alan Lichtman. Thank you so much for joining us on the NDTV network. In other news, there is a sharp 19% decline in Indian Americans supporting incumbent President Joe Biden between the last election of 2020 and the 2024 election cycle. This is according to a biannual Asian American voter survey, which is the longest running survey of Asian American voters. This survey reveals that 46% of Indian Americans intend to vote for Biden this year, as against 65% in 2020. I must mention, though, this survey was conducted before the June 27th presidential debate between Biden and his Republican challenger, Donald Trump. Well, for further clarity, we have with us founder and executive director of AAPI Data, Karthik Ramakrishnan, on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Karthik, for making time for us. So as per this latest survey, 46% Asian Americans are likely to vote for Biden, which is down 8 percentage points since 2020, while 31% are likely to vote for Trump, gaining just 1 point since 2020. Karthik, what are some of the key reasons behind Biden increasingly losing popularity among the community?
Thank you for having me. I think first, when you look at the data, what it indicates is that you still have a significant portion that are either saying I'll vote for some other candidate or I don't know. And so what's interesting is that declining support for Biden is not translating to a corresponding increase in support for Trump. Now, what are the reasons for that decline? We saw not just in this survey, but even in a survey that we conducted in October of 2023, that Indian Americans' approval of Biden and his favorability had gone down since 2020. And the performance of the economy is the biggest reason why you see that decline. Even though President Biden, in many ways, oversaw the creation of millions of jobs, inflation raced ahead. And even if inflation goes down, prices are still much higher than they were in 2020. So in general, it's a reflection of a poorer economic performance, at least as far as inflation is concerned, that is likely driving that lower approval rating. On other issues, like on abortion policy, like on environment, on guns, Indian Americans are actually on board with what President Biden and the Democrats generally have to offer. So it's very likely the economic performance that is driving that approval rating down and the support down.
Karthik, Trump has gained just 2% in terms of favorability rating, 28% in 2020 to 30% in 2024, despite the record 19% drop in Biden's support from Indian Americans. Is Trump actually emerging as the favorable choice to lead the United States? What's the ground reality?
It's very unlikely that Trump will win the Indian American vote. So even if Biden stayed in the race, it's very likely that Biden will win, because Indian Americans have been voting Democrat ever since I've been conducting research, and others have been conducting research on this community since 2008. So that is very unlikely to change. Party identification and party loyalties, especially if people vote for the same party's candidate, say in 2 or 3 election cycles, it's very unlikely that they will shift to the other party over time. But the big thing to watch are newer voters, those who are naturalizing and those who are coming of age if they're born in the US. Those are the constituencies to watch in terms of whether either Biden or Trump, or say if it's a different Democratic nominee, can attract those votes. And what we've seen in the past is that a lot of the anti-immigrant rhetoric from Trump and some of the racist statements or racially controversial statements that he's made has prevented many Indian Americans to vote for Trump, even if they might like certain aspects of his policies.
Right, Karthik. Then what are the numbers indicating? Would a Harris-led ticket actually give Democrats a better shot at beating Donald Trump?
You know, it's hard to say because that would be a hypothetical. What we see is that Harris's favorability ratings in our survey was about the same as Biden's. It was within the survey's margin of error. And so what we see is that Harris's approval is tied to Biden's approval. If there was a game-changing situation where Harris is pushed to the top of the ticket, or perhaps becomes the president if the current president steps down, that would be an entirely different scenario. I think if we look back at the 2020 election, Kamala Harris did not do that well when she was running for president. But when she was chosen as a vice presidential nominee, you saw an increase in political donations from Indian Americans and a lot of excitement. I think a lot of that excitement has worn off over time, and including for Harris because she hasn't really had the chance to do much as vice president. I think it would be a game changer. If I had to predict, I would imagine that Indian American support would go up and political contributions from Indian Americans would go up as well.
Well, the sharp decline in Indian American voters' support for Biden might be crucial, given that the community has a sizable presence in many battleground states. Thank you so much, though, Karthik Ramakrishnan, for joining us on the NDTV network.
Thank you for having me.
News and updates continue in a moment, right after this very short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC official.
Welcome back. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is hosting his counterparts from member countries of the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral, Technical and Economic Cooperation BIMSTEC at a two-day retreat in the national capital. Now, besides India, the BIMSTEC comprises Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Nepal and Bhutan. This retreat actually allows the foreign ministers to discuss avenues to deepen cooperation across sectors like security, connectivity and trade. Listen in to Dr. Jaishankar's opening remarks.
Global and regional developments also make it imperative that we find more solutions amongst ourselves. There are long-standing goals such as capacity building and economic cooperation that have acquired a new urgency, and not least a grouping that is so complementary and so congenial in its membership should surely harbor higher aspirations.
Thank you for investing your time and watching. For you to stay tuned.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट AI. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहां पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिख पा.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
It's the NDA versus the India bloc in Maharashtra's MLC polls today, and it will be 12 candidates of the MBA and the Mahayuti in fray for 11 seats. It's Uddhav Thackeray that has met with the leaders amid the horse trading fears and the semi-final before the Maharashtra Assembly polls later this year. And trouble mounts for IAS trainee officer. The centre has formed a panel to probe the disability claims that are being made by Puja Khedkar. A one-member panel to probe the claim that have been made by the officer. The IAS officer also faces allegations of misuse of power. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over electricity price hike. The BJP to protest against electricity price hike in the national capital, extorting hefty amount in the name of this is what the BJP has gone on to say. But the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the BJP is misleading by spreading rumours. And in the top court, this is going to be a decision that's going to be taken in court today regarding the bail of Arvind Kejriwal. The Supreme Court's key order as far as the ED case against Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, is concerned. The Supreme Court's verdict on the Chief Minister's challenge to the ED arrest. But do remember, he's also behind bars in a case by the CBI. SpiceJet staffer has slapped CISF personnel at the Jaipur airport. The CISF personnel use inappropriate language is what the SpiceJet Airlines has gone on to say. They are totally backing the female employee, saying that she was sexually harassed. But in the defense of in his defense, the CISF officer has gone on to say that the staffer was agitated over mandatory checks. And blockbuster release of Indian 2 after 28 years. It's Kamal Hassan's star Indian 2 that releases in theatres today, and NDTV speaks exclusively to Kamal Hassan. Will his magic along with director Shankar work on the box office or not? The big question. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including this is right after the Lok Sabha contest. Maharashtra is bracing for another round of the ruling NDA versus the India bloc, where both sides will try to outmaneuver the other in the elections to the Maharashtra Legislative Council, the MLC, which will be held today. The MLC polls with 12 candidates are in the fray for 11 seats. Resort politics has made a comeback as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and so is the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading. The contest is seen as a semi-final, as the results will show whether the ruling Mahayuti is intact or some MLAs are slipping ahead of the assembly polls that are due later this year. There's been a buzz after the Lok Sabha results that the NCP could win only one of the 4 seats, and some MLAs from Ajit Pawar's camp may switch sides as they are not confident of returning to power after the assembly election. Well, we have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, resort politics making a comeback as far as Maharashtra is concerned, something that's not uncommon. And the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading, those fears are looming large, and which is why we see, resort politics at play with, the MLAs being taken to hotels in Mumbai.
Resort politics has indeed made a comeback in Maharashtra politics, and very coincidentally, just a few months, if I may, just a few weeks before the next assembly elections. You see, there are several, all the major parties have got their MLAs stacked up in all the major hotels across the city, and in just a few minutes from now on, the most anticipated contest after the Lok Sabha elections will begin. All the eyes will be on the major parties, of course, the three alliance parties in the Mahavikas Aghadi and the three alliance parties in the Mahayuti. But then there are a few more. There are a few parties which will specifically be the center of everyone's attention. You see, someone like Congress finds itself in a way safer position than the other parties because they've contested one candidate with a support of 37 candidates. So they just don't have enough candidates to support their own candidate, but they've also got surplus to support the alliance partners if needed. The BJP has got 103 MLAs, qualified MLAs at the moment in the assembly, and they've put forth 5 candidates into the fray. Although they would need, if you do the arithmetic, each candidate will need at least 23 support of 23 MLAs. So in that regard, BJP will need to make sure that they get 12 other candidates from elsewhere. But we've seen that Devendra Fadnavis has been trying to put in some sort of fielding since last few days, and he's quite sure of the fact of getting the independent support. You see, the major parties which are under the scanner at the moment are 3 parties. It is firstly the Ajit Pawar section of the Nationalist Congress Party. It is the Shiv Sena faction of Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena faction of Shinde, that is the CM of the state. The most important party in this regard for today is the Ajit Pawar party, because you see, after the loss in the Lok Sabha election, all the eyes, all the chatter was surrounding Ajit Pawar, not just in Maharashtra but across the country. And you saw all the parties, including the RSS, playing sort of a blame game where they kind of went down on Ajit Pawar for that loss. He only won 1 MP seat from amongst the 4 contested. And in this case, today he's got 40 MLAs in the state, and he's put 2 candidates in the fray, for which he'll at least need 23 candidates. So he might be short of 6 candidates, and he'll need to make sure that he finds support not just from the alliance partners but also from the independents. Will he get that support is a major question, because we see after the Lok Sabha elections came to an end, we saw several statements being made by the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, where several leaders, including Rohit Pawar, stated that several of the Ajit Pawar NCP faction leaders are in their contact. All of these statements were made, they were quite unsubstantiated at that point of time, but they can get substantiated today if we see some sort of horse trading taking place. Secondly, this contest became interesting solely because of Uddhav Thackeray. You see, it wouldn't even have been a contest if it wasn't for Milind Narvekar filling in the form at the very last moment and changing this formality into a contest. Milind Narvekar's entry has played an important point in this. Uddhav Thackeray stated back then that the rationale behind putting his candidate into the fray will only be known after the procedure ends. The procedure will end by tonight, and the rationale will indeed come in front of everyone as well. So who will benefit out of this semi-final contest? Who will start strong before the October assembly polls, and who will be more depleted right before the start of the major state assembly elections later this year will be a major thing to be seen by the end of this day.
Right, Anuj, what really makes this really interesting is, of course, when we talk about the number games, of course, and also the timing of this, like you mentioned, is just 3 months ahead of the assembly polls. But also, there's been a strong buzz that MLAs from Ajit Pawar's party are likely to jump ship and return to the faction of the party led by Sharad Pawar.
See, there have been many of such statements given. These statements are not just going around made by the workers, but they come from major leaders as well. We saw Rohit Pawar going on a spree making these statements. But then we also saw that it's been over a month since the Lok Sabha elections ended, and since then all the parties have tried to put a united face by having meetings, by going to Siddhivinayak temple. That's what Ajit Pawar faction of NCP did with all his MLAs, and they've constantly tried to deny the fact that any of their MLAs are in contact with the other parties. And that was quite on an obvious line. But factually, if you talk about it arithmetically, if any members of the Ajit Pawar faction were in direct contact with the Sharad Pawar faction will only be known today, because it could also, there were a lot of chatters about it just being a mind game played by the Sharad Pawar faction just to deplete the morale of an already defeated Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. But how much of these claims and rumors will actually fructify in the end will only be known today. Not just Ajit Pawar faction, we see several entries being made made into the Sharad Pawar party from other parties as well, including the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Bharatiya Janata Party is also going to need the support of several other independent candidates today as well. There are over 28 MLAs who come from the non-Mahayuti, who come from the non-big six parties in the state. That also includes close to 15 independent candidates. They will play the most crucial game today. All the eyes will be on them, and all the eyes will be on whom do these 28 others support in today's election, which also includes MLAs from AIMIM party and Samajwadi party, and of course Bahujan Vikas Aghadi, that is the party led by Prakash Ambedkar.
Right, Anuj, just stay with us for our next story as well as we stay with the news coming in from Mumbai. The centres formed a committee to verify candidature claims and other details submitted by trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar, who has been accused of misusing disability and OBC quota to secure a position in the service. Now, she's been at the centre of a massive allegations as far as impropriety and misuse of a position as a bureaucrat is concerned. A single member committee will submit its report, and there's a deadline for that. Let's just go back to Anuj. Anuj, that deadline is of about 2 weeks. When we talk about this junior officer who owns 5 plots of land and 2 apartments across Maharashtra, the value of which is 22 crore rupees. Now, this is just open abuse of position. Take us through the allegations against her.
You see, it all started with the kind of demands, with the sort of allegedly flimsy demands being made by this probationary officer earlier, which ranged from her asking for a red beacon on her private car to asking for more staff and a nameplate in her office as well. Things which, these are the perks and privileges which are not assigned for probationary officers until they become IAS officers officially. And it started with all of that, but then the issue became big quite soon, because we saw that there were several allegations made after that, and several serious allegations as well, including fake certifications right since she passed her examination, quote-unquote passed her examination, and made it to the post of probationary officers. You see, this investigation at this moment is taking place at a multiple level, in a multiple level hierarchy. The PMO itself asked for a special copy of this entire case. VC Labasna, a place where the training of these officers take place, asked for details of this particular case, and we've also got AIMS to play a very important role in this, because after this particular candidate had stated in her certificates that firstly, of course, there were a lot of claims being made about her being from a non-creamy layer and OBC category. That, of course, will be verified by the one-member committee which has been set by the centre as well. But besides that, there were a couple of health certificates which were submitted as well, including a visual impairment and a mental health certificate. And when the AIMS invited her for a verification of the same as a part of the formality to Delhi, this happened during the COVID situation in the country. The reasons were sought of COVID, and multiple times, even after following several requests by the AIMS for the verification, she did not pay a visit to the same, and in the end got it done by the private hospital. So you see, what started with just a few flimsy demands by probationary officers, it went on. The case is now gone to question the efficiency and the credibility in the way through which the youngsters make it through to the IAS position. And also important point here to note is the fact that in her mock interview there were several claims made by this particular candidate, and all of these claims will be checked, will be cross-verified by that one-member committee which has been put into place by the centre here. There is also a lot of political connection, because her father, who has fought elections from Maharashtra, there is a lot of inconsistencies between the claims made by the father and the claims made by this person on several fronts. So all of these things will be taken into consideration. Primarily, it will be the certificate game. They'll be looking at, of course, the non-creamy layer certificate, the health certificate. A verification for it might be done soon. And you see, the entire episode with which this news started, that is flimsy demands, will now soon take a backseat, and this might shed more light on a bigger question on the credibility of the civil service examinations in the country. And it's quite interesting and coincidental that this issue might soon follow the track of several other examinations coming under the scanner as well.
Right, thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now and talking about the national capital, and electricity bills are on the rise. It's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP as far as the rise in electricity bills is concerned, with residential consumers now to pay extra, the power bills to increase by 6 to 8%. And Delhi's BJP has planned to stage a protest in front of the Delhi Secretariat today against this price hike as far as electricity bills are concerned. Now, electricity bills in Delhi have gone up since the 1st of May as power companies have hiked electricity electricity tariffs affecting many households and businesses. The increase in tariffs is evident in bills that residents have been receiving in the month of July. Let's just get you some of the reactions coming in.
अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार दिल्ली वालों को लूटने का कोई मौका छोड़ नहीं रही। अब आप जरा अपने बिजली के बिल को ध्यान से देखिए। पीपीएसी के नाम पर 8.75% टैक्स बढ़ाया गया है और उसकी वजह से आपका बिल 1.5 गुना हो गया है। और ये चोरी बिना बताए की गई, कोई अप्रूवल नहीं ली गई, चुपचाप लोगों के बिल बढ़ गए हैं। जिसका बिल अगर 2000 आता है तो अब देखेंगे तो 3000 से ऊपर होगा।
We have Ishika Verma joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, the BJP has invited, the residents to come out on the street. They want people to join this protest in which they've asked them to bring their electricity bills as well. From what time is this protest in Delhi expected?
Well, Divya, as you rightly mentioned, that as the electricity bills, continue to increase, especially in the month of July, especially when the officials here in the power discoms, they say that the electricity bills are going to increase by 6% at least. Now, the Delhi BJP has in fact attacked the Delhi government and said that it is the Delhi government that is backing these power discom companies to loot from the general public. And now, for that, they have planned to hold a protest outside the Delhi Secretariat against the Delhi government. Now, certainly, as you rightly mentioned, the BJP has in fact invited all the residents of the national capital, saying that if they have increased, if they have received an increased electricity bill, they should bring that along and show it to the government that they elected to work in their favor. Now, if we talk about the power minister, Atishi, she in fact had issued a statement, at that time when the BJP had attacked, and she had said that, the PPAC charges can be increased for a short time during, the peak hours, especially during the summer season. But these PPAC charges can be increased by 7%. But the BJP says that these PPAC charges have been increased by 8.75%, thus, impacting the consumers a lot, and thus, their inconvenience also will be increasing. Now, the BJP also questions that why an audit of this power discom companies has not been done yet by the Delhi government. So, certainly, the flashpoint between the opposition, that is the BJP, and the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government continues over this increased electricity bills. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, stay with us for our next story as well as we talk about more news coming in from the National Capital. And it's the Supreme Court that is set to deliver its verdict as far as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's petition against his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped Delhi excise policy is concerned. Now, do remember, he was granted bail by a trial court on the 20th of June in the case. However, the ED moved the Delhi High Court the next day and contended that the trial court's order granting him bail was one-sided and wrong-sided, and the findings were based on irrelevant facts. The High Court on the 21st of June imposed an interim stay on the trial court's bail order till the passing of an order on the ED's application, and the High Court on the 25th of June also passed a detailed order saying that a trial court order. Ishika, no matter what the outcome today is as far as the court is concerned, will it really mean that Arvind Kejriwal will get to walk out of jail, considering the fact that he's also been arrested by the CBI?
Well, certainly, that is something very difficult to happen. But, this Supreme Court verdict is certainly very, very crucial. Now, why? Because Arvind Kejriwal had, in fact, challenged the legality of his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. And, in fact, they had said, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal's counsel in the Supreme Court had said that there is not an iota of evidence in the grounds of the arrest. So thus, Supreme Court verdicts becomes more important because it is going to have an impact on the CBI case as well. And as you rightly mentioned, we have seen that recently only CBI has also arrested Arvind Kejriwal in the same case. Now, what is interesting here to note is that this case was first registered by the CBI, but Arvind Kejriwal was arrested in this case first by the Enforcement Directorate. So these are, both of the agencies that are looking into the same case, that is the alleged liquor policy scam. Now, the ED counsel in the court had, in fact, in the multiple hearings, they had said that, they do have evidence that Arvind Kejriwal had demanded those 100 crore rupees kickbacks from the South, from the alleged South group, and Vijay Naya was, in fact, acting on his behalf and coordinating all of these meetings during the lockdown in the national capital. So these were all of these, facts and the arguments that were put forth by the ED counsel. So certainly, we are certainly awaiting as to what will be the Supreme Court's decision be. Will, in fact, the court say that the legality of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest maintains, because that certainly is what the High Court had earlier said. But certainly, whatever it may be, it is going to have a huge impact on the CBI case as well. Over to you.
Right. Given the fact that, the last time round, we thought that Arvind Kejriwal is going to get out of jail, and it was within hours or perhaps the next day. But then there was a stay on that order. And then, of course, soon after that, 5 days, in fact, after that, is when the CBI took charge and, also arrested him in that same case. So, of course, there are two agencies against him, which is the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI. And, of course, this also comes on the heels of Manish Sisodia's bail plea that came up in court yesterday.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, there are two agencies, that is EDI and CBI. In fact, both of them are investigating the same case, that is the alleged liquor policy scam. And we did see how, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal did get a regular bail from the Rouse Avenue Court, but the Enforcement Directorate reached the High Court. And soon after, we saw that CBI also, in fact, reached with Arvind Kejriwal in the Rouse Avenue Court and then arrested him there. So certainly, it is the two agencies that are interrogating him in the same matter. But, we have seen the Aam Aadmi Party's reaction also coming. They are saying that it is certainly not right for the agencies who are working on the directions of the BJP-led union government to target Arvind Kejriwal like this and to defame the Aam Aadmi Party. But, we have, trouble is certainly mounting, because it is not just Arvind Kejriwal, it is, certainly other top leaders like Manish Sisodia also, who are, in this particular case, who have already been arrested in this particular case. So all of this, certainly is going to have an impact. We have seen Manish Sisodia's bail also coming in, but the ED and the CBI, both of them continue to say that they have enough evidence that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of this alleged, liquor policy scam, and they are going to continue to put that in the court. So certainly it becomes very important as to what the Supreme Court's verdict will be today. What will be their, certainly their order on the legality of the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal by the Enforcement Directorate. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details. Of course, all eyes on that verdict that should be out today. With that, we're slipping to a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-powered. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens.
Welcome back. A very shocking incident has come to life with the heart-wrenching visuals of a murder that's taken place in Sonipat in Haryana. 3 masked youths surrounded the victim and killed him with bullets. In the pictures, 3 masked criminals are seen firing bullets at Joginder in Sonipat. The crime branch now finally has made arrests in this case. We have my colleague Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, we can see it's a broad daylight when this incident took place. Whereabout did this incident happen, and what really is the motive behind this killing?
Well, this incident happened in Sonipat, where we can see from this CCTV camera footage in broad daylight of this Joginder was killed by the goons there. So what we have learned, some people have already been arrested in this case, and the police say they are trying to investigate to find out what was the real motive behind this murder. But one thing is that in Haryana, we are seeing all the opposition parties, they are attacking the state government, saying it's a total utter failure of the state government to control law and order situation on the ground. And today we have seen the cabinet meeting is going to be held in Haryana, where the Chief Minister of Haryana is going to take this cabinet meeting. So let's see what type of plea the state government is going to give. But the opposition has been condemning and criticizing the state government, saying it has failed to control the law and order situation on the ground.
Right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, a SpiceJet employee was arrested after she slapped a male assistant sub-inspector following an altercation that took place at the Jaipur airport. Now, according to the CIF officials, it was this staffer of the airlines who was stopped by the inspector, but she did not have valid permission to enter through that gate, and that is when she slapped that CISF personnel. To get more on this, we have my colleague Harsha joining us to get us more.
Well, yes, this incident happened yesterday in the morning, early morning, when the SpiceJet staffer was taking in apparently, the food that is served on the aircraft. She was escorting that van. Now, it's still a little unclear because both authorities are not speaking. What we know from SpiceJet is that the SpiceJet says that she had valid permission and she was trying to enter and she was being stopped. Now, whether there was a female CISF constable there or not for frisking, and did that actually lead to the altercation, that now is a matter of investigation. So, so that is where it stands. We've tried to speak to airport authorities also, who are, as of now, not divulging too many, issuing any official statements or divulging too much information. But
the screen is that this wasn't an isolated event where there were just the 2 people involved. I mean, there were many more people standing around. Of course, they know exactly what transpired at the time. The allegations that are being made is that he sexually harassed her, is what the airlines is saying. But visuals on our screen that there were other people around. Of course, the CISF has gone on to say that it was she was agitated for being asked for the valid papers.
Well, when the incident happened, there were not too many people around because, that is a separate gate and the entry with food for the aircraft is a separate entry. It's not a passenger entry. Then you can see that the video that you're seeing is that the matter has escalated, and they have the woman and the person who got into an altercation are now inside the airport and are discussing it with other people. And that's when she slaps him. So just to give you a context, when the actual altercation happened, it was just the SpiceJet staff and the CISF person who was manning the gate. Later, when the issue was escalated to higher authorities, it further, tempers rose, and then this girl slapped the CISF gentleman, where someone was actually making a video. So they are also investigating why someone was at that point standing there and making a video. So I think to give it a context, I think it would be premature to get into any kind of judgments as of now, especially as it involves, high security at the airport. So I think once the police and the CISF actually formally give us a statement, we would be able to jump to a conclusion. Of course, the woman has alleged sexual harassment, and that is something the police is also investigating.
Right, Harsha, we will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Of course, it is the SpiceJet staffer who's gone on to say that the personnel used inappropriate language. She's also gone on to claim that she was sexually harassed, but the CISF has gone on to say the staffer was agitated over mandatory checks. Moving on to more news now, and it's Bollywood actress and BJP MP from Himachal Pradesh's Mandi. We're talking about Kangana Ranaut, who has made a unique demand. She has said that people of the area will have to bring their Aadhaar cards with them in order to meet her, and the purpose of the meeting will also have to be written down on paper. Now, a political war has broken out with Congress leader Vikramaditya Singh, son of the former Chief Minister Veerbhadra Singh, has taken a strong dig at Kangana Ranaut, taking a jibe at her, saying that no one needs an Aadhaar card to meet us. Anyone from any corner of the state can come meet with us for our work.
मंडी सदर में जो हमारा कार्यालय है, ये इसकी डिटेल है। विशेष करके आप जानते हैं कि हिमाचल में बहुत ज़्यादा जो है पर्यटक आते हैं, तो इस यहाँ आपका आधार कार्ड, मंडी क्षेत्र का आधार कार्ड होना ज़रूरी है। और साथ में जो पार्लियामेंट्री आपका काम है, वो भी एक चिट्ठी पे लिखा हुआ होना चाहिए, इस तरफ भी ताकि लोगों को कोई असुविधा ना हो। नहीं तो क्या होता है कि टूरिस्ट इतने ज़्यादा, मैंने देखा है मनाली में भी आ जाते हैं, कि जो आम लोग होते हैं उनको बहुत असुविधा हो जाती है। तो मंडी क्षेत्र का आधार कार्ड और पार्लियामेंट्री वर्क जो है उसका लेटर।
हम जनप्रतिनिधि हैं और हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है एज पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स कि हम अपने प्रदेश के हर वर्ग के लोगों से मिलें, चाहे वो छोटा कार्य है, चाहे वो बड़ा कार्य है, चाहे वो पॉलिसी मैटर है, चाहे वो इंडिविजुअल कार्य है, और उसके लिए किसी का आइडेंटिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति हमारे पास आ रहा है या किसी भी जनप्रतिनिधि के पास आ रहा है, तो अपने काम के लिए आ रहा है, और उनको वहाँ पर ये कहना कि आपको ये कागज़ चाहिए या वो कागज़ चाहिए तभी आपको मिला जाएगा, मैं समझता हूँ कि ये ठीक है, नहीं है। तो मैंने तो ये कहा है कि एज पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हमसे कोई भी आके मिल सकता है, प्रदेश के किसी भी कोने से आके मिल सकता है।
Switching tracks from Himachal Pradesh to Maharashtra, and we're talking about the hit and run case from Mumbai. Mihir Shah, the 24-year-old who allegedly rammed his speeding BMW into a two-wheeler in Mumbai as early and killed a woman, dragging her body for 1.5 kilometers before stopping, had consumed whiskey. That is what police sources have said. While questioning the man, they said that he was heavily drunk and on a joyride at the time of the horrific collision. The cops have also gone on to say that though under the influence of the alcohol, he was well aware of a trapped body as pedestrians on the road were shouting at him in order to make him stop. But it was Mihir Shah then driving that, when he did leave that pub. Do remember on Saturday night, he was at a pub along with his friends where they drank whiskey allegedly. From there, he went home in his dad's Mercedes car. After which, when he reached home, he decided to go for a joyride. He switched his car. He changed his car to a BMW. He was with his driver, who was initially behind the wheel, but then he decided to take over. And that is when that accident that took place around Marine Drive.
वो बोनेट पे हाथ मारा फिर भी नहीं रुका। मेरा बच्चा रो रहा है, माँ मुझसे कहाँ से लगे तू? I can't kill it.
Mihir Shah produced in court today after his arrest last evening.
prime accused in the Worli hit-and-run case, he has been handed over to the police for 7 days for questioning. The police asked for the longest custody possible, but have for now got 7 days to ask him about the details of the crime, the attempted cover-up, and about who helped him. The police told the court the accused had tried to destroy the evidence by removing the number plate of the car. He had changed his appearance by shaving off his beard and moustache, and that his friends and family helped him hide for 3 days. Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde Sena has sacked Mihir's father from his post as an office bearer. Rajesh Shah was arrested for helping destroy evidence and helping his son escape. He was later granted bail. Speaking up 4 days after the incident, Shinde said the law would be equal for all.
इसमें कोई भी हो, कानून के सामने सब बराबर है, कोई बड़ा छोटा नहीं होता। और हिट एंड रन में जो दोषी है, जो गुनाहगार है, उनको बिल्कुल बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई हो जाएगी।
UBT Sena leader Aditya Thackeray has, however, questioned the delay in arrest of Mihir and is demanding that the accused be charged with murder.
I believe I have said this yesterday also in the assembly. This is not just a hit and run. This is not just an accident. This is a murder. Taking any victim, dragging her in the car for almost 2 kilometers and then reversing the car and dashing her again is an absolute outright murder. And I believe the strongest punishment in this country should be meted out to him.
The BMC swung into action today by demolishing the illegal extensions of the Juhu pub where Mihir had been allegedly drinking before the accident. The excise department had sealed this pub yesterday for serving the underaged. The distraught family members of the deceased have been fighting for justice. They fear the rich and influential may escape accountability. But the hope is that the police will gather sufficient evidence to make a strong case against Mihir Shah and his accomplices. With video journalist Mahesh and correspondent Anuj, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of this.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Karnataka. And the BJP there is planning to hold a massive protest in Mysuru over the mismanagement of the Mysore Development Authority. The protesters will demand allocation of sites to the poor by withdrawing those distributed illegally and a CBI probe into the scam as the allegations against the Chief Minister and his family. Siddaramaiah has gone on to say that protest is a political vendetta. He's also gone on to say that he's termed the accusations as politically motivated. He said that the investigation into the allotment of the lands using the 50-50 formula to the land owners is underway. The BJP is trying to create an issue out of nothing at all.
Another day and another complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the alleged Muda scam. After a social activist claimed on Monday that the Chief Minister's family had forged documents. RTI activist TJ Abraham has alleged that Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has submitted a false affidavit failing to disclose the land owned by his wife in his nomination papers for the 2013 Assembly elections. It is the same land that was acquired by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority or MUDA and allotted sites to Siddaramaiah's wife as compensation.
When the site worth more than 30-40 crores has been granted to Chief Minister's wife illegally, BJP has organized protest in Mysore against this big land scam that has taken place in Mysore.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಲು ನಾವು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವರು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ
ರಾಜ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಮೈಸೂರು
ಯಾರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಲಿ ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಅವರೊಬ್ಬರೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡೋರು ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನೋ ಹೌ ಟು ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಇಟ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ
ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟೀಕರಣಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ
ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ ಲೀಗಲ್ಲು ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಎರಡು ಥರ ಇರ್ತದಲ್ವಾ ನಾವು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಲಿ.
As the Congress and BJP face off over the Muda controversy, the state government is bracing for a stormy session of the state legislature. The opposition is likely to focus on the Muda controversy and the alleged Valmiki Corporation scam, which led to the resignation of the state's tribal welfare minister a month ago, and one where ED is investigating embezzlement of over 87 crores from its account at the Union Bank of India.
While claiming that he is being targeted because he comes from the backward class, the CM has promised to face an EC notice. Meanwhile, the Congress's tactics in terms of countering the allegations in the upcoming legislature session will impact the power equations within the party. With camera person Govind Pratibaraman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, who claims to be the champion or the self-appointed custodian of the rights of OBCs, STs, SC/STs in the country, as to why he hasn't taken any action against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Congress government in Karnataka. Is this your model of tribal development? By siphoning off 100 crore rupees of fund that was earmarked for their welfare and purchasing Lamborghini cars, it exposes the duplicity of the Congress party, the hypocrisy of the Congress party.
Breaking news coming in as far as the weather situation in Mumbai is concerned. Very heavy showers are expected, and according to the Met Office, a very heavy rain expected over the next 3 days till the 15th of this month. There is an orange category warning that has been sounded off by the Met Office as far as rain in Konkan and Goa is concerned, including Mumbai. We have my colleague Radhika joining us. Radhika, Indigo Airlines putting out that warning as far as traffic congestion is concerned in Mumbai.
That's right. You know, there is traffic congestion in Mumbai at the moment as the day is starting. Of course, intense spell of rain very likely to occur at isolated places in several parts of Mumbai in the next 3 to 4 hours is the warning that has been given by the weather department. At this point, of course, an average of 70 mm of rain is what is being witnessed in the city of Mumbai. Several places waterlogged, especially in areas such as Chembur, Sion, Kurla. These are the places that is seeing some amount of waterlogging at this point. However, BMC officials say that situation is normal. Rains are still continuing in the city of Mumbai. Railway traffic at this point is fortunately normal. All the trains are running on time, perhaps with say 5 to 10 minutes delay, but no cancellation of trains. And we're also hearing from Mumbai airport officials that flight operations have not been disrupted. However, Indigo has sounded an alert to passengers, saying there could be some impact on flight operations as a result of rains and air traffic congestion in Mumbai.
Right, and from what the forecast is suggesting is that heavy rain will continue till the 15th. So over the next 3 days, very heavy showers are expected in the financial capital.
Certainly, next 3 days going to be very crucial. Remember, this time monsoon came delayed in Mumbai/Maharashtra. In fact, we saw intense spell of rain just about 3 to 4 days back when we saw heavy waterlogging in several areas of the city. There was 300 mm of rainfall in a matter of 6 to 7 hours from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. that we saw. Today also early morning showers continuing now and could continue for the next couple of hours. The next few days going to be crucial as alert has been sounded, and we'll have to see if operations as far as railways and air traffic is concerned will be impacted most severely. But at this point, no severe impact on rail or air operations. But we will keep a close watch on the kind of alert that is sounded and the rain situation on ground.
Right, all eyes on the kind of rainfall that is expected in the course of the day, which is impacting road as well as air traffic. Indigo has alerted all its passengers to keep in mind that there's going to be some sort of congestion due to the rainfall situation in Mumbai. And moving on to more news now, and Samarth by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV in a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has the support of eminent faces and voices from across the country. Here is one such voice.
I'm a great believer that you can't have great quality of life in our cities without our cities being inclusive. A vast segment of our population is physically differently abled, and we make them, it's absolutely critical that we make them an integral part of our lives. And therefore, this unique initiative of Samarth by Hyundai is a remarkable initiative, and we need to fully support it.
And with that, we're slipping a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
It's the NDA versus the India bloc in Maharashtra's NLC polls taking place today. 12 candidates of the MVA and Mahayuti in fray for 11 seats. Uddhav Thackeray meets with his leaders amid horse trading fears and literally the semi-final before Maharashtra goes to polls in October. Trouble mounts for the IAS trainee officer. We're talking about Puja Khedkar. The centre forms a panel to probe the disability claims, as well as this one-member panel will now probe the claims that were being made by her. She's facing allegations of misuse of power. It's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over electricity price hike in the national capital, and which is why the BJP is going to be holding a protest against that hike. They have asked people to participate, bringing in their electricity bills with them. So the extorting heavy amount of money is what the BJP is saying, but the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the BJP is misleading people. Top court to deliver the order as far as Arvind Kejriwal's bail is concerned. The Supreme Court's key order in the ED case against the Chief Minister. The verdict will be out today as the Chief Minister's challenge the arrest made by the Enforcement Directorate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Welcome back. News coming in from Pune, and a notice has been issued to Trainee IAS Puja Khedkar. The notice over unauthorized use as far as a red light on her luxury car. Do remember, on her Audi car, a red light beacon was being used, and it's been registered in the name of the private engineering firm. So now news coming in as far as Pune Traffic Police, they have issued this notice to the Trainee IAS officer. Do remember, she's been in the center of that controversy regarding the misuse of power and, of course, the blatant use as far as all the demands that were being made by her, of course, also assets to the tune of 22 crores in terms of property. We have Rahul Kulkarni joining us. Rahul, get us details of this latest as far as the IAS Puja Khedkar case is concerned. Now it's the Pune Traffic Police that have issued a notice to her.
Yes, कल लगभग 45 मिनट पुणे ट्रैफिक पुलिस उनके घर के बाहर खड़ी रही थी. उनको पुणे पुलिस को उनके घर के अंदर नहीं आने दिया गया. लेकिन कल जब पुणे पुलिस ने उस ऑडी के ओनरशिप को लेकर तफ्तीश की, तो तब ये पता चला कि ये जो प्राइवेट व्हीकल है जिसके ऊपर उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का साइन बोर्ड लगाया था और रेड बीकन लगाया था, वो एक प्राइवेट इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी के नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड है. और उसके पहले लगभग 21 बार ट्रैफिक रूल्स का वायलेशन करने का जुर्माना भी उस गाड़ी पे लगाया हुआ है. 21,000 का जुर्माना है. तो कल पुणे पुलिस ने इस तफ्तीश के बाद पूजा खेड़कर को एक नोटिस इशू किया है. इनसे ये पूछा जा रहा है कि ये एक प्राइवेट व्हीकल थी जिसके ऊपर आपने महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का साइन बोर्ड लगाया और रेड बीकन लगाया, तो क्या ये ट्रैफिक रूल का वायलेशन नहीं है? तो इसका उन्हें 2 दिन के अंदर जवाब देना है. पुणे पुलिस ये भी प्रयास कर रही है कि जो प्राइवेट व्हीकल है वो अपने कब्जे में ली जाए और जो प्राइवेट इंजीनियरिंग फर्म है उसके ओनर को भी तफ्तीश के लिए बुलाया जाएगा.
Right, thank you so much, Rahul, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now to some entertainment news, and it's actor Kamal Hassan's movie Indian 2, which is released after its original version, which was in 1996. Now this is after 28 years. Well, it is a movie that is being directed by Shankar. Will Kamal Hassan and Shankar be able to recreate that magic? We have Sam joining us. Sam, what time did the show start early this morning? And we also know that the price of the tickets have been hiked this time around so that they can recover the kind of money that this movie has spent in its making.
Well, Divya, we come to you from the Rohini Silver Screens in Chennai, where hundreds of fans are waiting for the first day, first show, the special show permitted by the Tamil Nadu government at 9 o'clock. And it's a 400 crore film. Kamal Hassan and Shankar have teamed up after 28 years. The big question whether this will become yet another blockbuster. In fact, Kamal Hassan's Vikram 2 years ago was a blockbuster. Thank you very much for your time. What does the film mean to you?
Yeah, this film means a lot to us. It's been 6 years since they started the film, so we have that hype. And Indian 1 was one of the best films of Tamil cinema. So that part's contribution to the franchise is much more. Of course, I'm a fan of Anirudh, so Anirudh's BGM is going to excite me up. Of course, we are going to wait for Shankar's screenplay and Kamal's performance. Yeah.
The theme is corruption yet again. Would that resonate with fans across the country?
I don't. Yeah, sure. You can take any idea or any subject, and if you have a big actor star in that idea, of course, it's going to connect with the fans. There's no doubt about it.
What will be the performance at the box office? Last time it was a super duper hit, a blockbuster.
If it has a good word of mouth, it's going to collect more than 500 to 600 crores. There's no doubt about it. So we are also waiting for the film. Yeah, it depends upon the word of mouth.
In terms of music, the first version was, A.R. Rahman had scored the music. This time it's Anirudh. How do fans look at that?
There's nothing wrong in changing the music director. I'm more of an Anirudh fan, but A.R. Rahman is one of the legends of music industry. I felt for this generation, this timeline of the film, I felt it would have been better if Anirudh composes for the film. So I think it's a good choice.
Lastly, our fans are also expecting a kind of a political message in this film.
Yeah, we'll be expecting a political message. If it is controversial, it's going to excite us a lot. Yeah, so we'll watch the film. It's going to be in a few minutes.
Why isn't the frenzy missing now?
I felt it's more of a socio-political movie, or maybe the trailer cut wasn't so good. Maybe that's why there isn't a lot of celebrations going on here. But yeah, if it picks up, if the movie is good, it'll work. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And fans waiting for the first day, first show, Divya. In Tamil Nadu, at least, the prices have not gone up, the ticket prices. But in neighboring Karnataka, the government has allowed to hike the ticket prices. So it's the first day, first show. And if things go well, I think from this evening onwards, you can see momentum picking up. And across Tamil Nadu, 1,800 screens are showing. And here, in fact, a few days ago, I had caught up with Kamal Haasan himself on what does the film mean to him and the kind of efforts he put in for that special role, Senapati. Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality, and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Haasan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Right, Sam, of course, Kamal Haasan there dropping hints of a third installment of that blockbuster film Indian, which is out today, the sequel of a movie that came out 28 years ago. Switching tracks, Adani Group's Viniam port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating history. Switching tracks now, very tragic news coming in. A landslide has swept 2 buses carrying approximately 63 passengers. This is very tragic news coming out of Nepal on the Madan Ashrit highway in central Nepal to the Trishuli River this morning. As per preliminary information, both the buses were carrying about 63 people, including the bus's drivers. And now the landslide swept the buses at about 3:30 in the morning. And the rescue operations are underway, but it's incessant rain that's hampering the rescue efforts. It is the Prime Minister who has put out a message on X, expressing how saddened he is by the reports of those 5 dozen passengers that are missing when the bus was washed away by a landslide, and the loss of property due to the floods and landslide in different parts of the country. I direct all agencies of the government, including the Home Administration, to search and effectively rescue the passengers. Now, all the flights from Kathmandu have been cancelled for the day as the weather is posing to be an issue. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. A pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you
can see that the MC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
The Maharashtra MSc election before the state goes to polls later this year. This Mahayuti versus the MVA face-off as far as Maharashtra is concerned with cross-voting fear that's haunting parties. It's a semi-final before Maharashtra's assembly polls in October. More trouble for Maharashtra trainee IAS officer. We're talking about Puja Khedkar. The centre has formed a panel to probe the conduct of the officer. Khedkar claimed disability and misuse power for Beacon, and the Pune Traffic Police has now issued a notice to the officer over that beacon on her Audi car. A key verdict on Delhi Chief Minister's challenge as far as the ED arrest is concerned. That's coming up in court today against the alleged liquor policy scam. The Supreme Court's verdict will be as far as Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea is concerned. Kejriwal was arrested in the money laundering case in March of this year. And it's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP as far as the electricity tariff hike is concerned. And the BJP is now going to be holding a protest in the national capital, asking people, the participants, to come with their electricity bills. It's the Aam Aadmi Party saying that it's the BJP that's misleading people. And commuters' worries as heavy showers have been reported in the financial capital. Very heavy showers expected in Mumbai, not just today, but over the next 3 days. Now, the Indigo Airlines has issued a warning for its passengers, saying that they could face congestion, whether it's road or air, due to the weather condition. And SpiceJet staffer slaps CISF personnel at the Jaipur airport, and it's the SpiceJet Airlines that gone on to say that it's that CISF personnel who used inappropriate language and the female employee was sexually harassed, while the CISF in its defense has gone on to say that the staff was agitated over mandatory checks. And blockbuster release of Indian 2. This is after 28 years of the original. It's Kamal Haasan who's starring yet again in the sequel of Indian. He, along with the director, will they be able to recreate that magic or not, is the big question. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Maharashtra MLC polls. It's a key contest before the state elections with the Mahayuti versus the MVA contest and cross-voting fears in both camps with 12 candidates for 11 seats. So it is, of course, this is right after the Lok Sabha contest and Maharashtra is bracing for another round of the ruling NDA versus the India bloc, where both sides will try to outmaneuver the other in the elections to the Maharashtra Legislative Council or the MLC. 12 candidates are in the fray, like we mentioned, for 11 seats. Resort politics have made a comeback, and so has the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading. The contest is seen as a semi-final, as the results will show whether the ruling Mahayuti is intact or some MLAs are slipping ahead of the assembly polls, which are due later this year. We have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, like we mentioned, resort politics making a huge comeback as far as Maharashtra is concerned, with the possibility of cross-voting, and which is why MLAs being, hushed up, have been taken into hotels and in order to ensure that there's no cross-trading or cross-voting or horse trading.
You see, the MLC elections, the MLC polls are usually seen as formalities in most of the cases, but in a normal situation. But the situation in Maharashtra has been far from normal for quite some time now. We'll get back to the arithmetic equation of understanding into how these elections will carry on, but there is a lot of significance to the place where I'm standing at the moment. You can see this is the Taj Lands End Hotel, and you'll be able to see a lot of vehicular movement here in a while, because we are very close to the time when the Shinde Sena ministers, Shinde Sena MLAs who are stationed here since last night will start moving. We are at the moment just minutes away from the official voting to start, and a lot of things will become clear as that voting comes to an end. And just like Taj Lands End, out of which you can see the presence of media, the presence of police, and several other ministers and netas' vehicles increasing, will be the case for a majority of this day. Now you look at the situation that is unfolding in Maharashtra at the moment, right? There are several parties whose reputation is at stake, and especially the Nationalist Congress party's Ajit Pawar faction. And the one candidate, the one party which made a contest out of this rather formal proceeding is Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, after adding Milind Narvekar as its candidate at the very last moment. Now we have 12 people contesting for 11 seats, and one of those 12 candidates will have to face a defeat, and whoever does it, if it happens to be from one of the 6 major parties in the state, it will be a huge embarrassment for them. But if you look at it mathematically, of course, the NDA alliance, that is the Mahayuti alliance in the state, has gotten close to, according to them, the support of 210 MLAs. They need at the moment the support of 207 MLAs to get their 9 MLAs sailed through the path of victory. Whereas the situation becomes very different for the Mahavikas Aghadi. There are 2 candidates in Mahavikas Aghadi on whom everyone will be looking at the moment. First is the left party candidate Jayant Patil, to whom the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP has already extended his support. And then the second one is the last minute entrant in this entire episode, and that is Milind Narvekar. You look at the party which might find itself at the safest position at the moment, and that is the Congress party. They've gotten close to 36 MLAs, and they have just one candidate in the fray at the moment. So what they'll try to do is that they need 23 votes at least. Now that's not a certain number. That's just, it depends. A lot of it depends on how the proceedings take place. But at least 23 candidates to ensure a victory for their one candidate. So what will happen most likely is that more than 23, close to 27, 28 candidates from the Congress party will extend their support to their first preference, and then the rest of the surplus, which is close to 8 or 9, will either extend their support to Jayant Patil, to whom the NCP has already promised its support, or to Milind Narvekar, which is a more likely case at the moment. We saw several leaders making statements leading up to this MLC elections. Yesterday, a local BJP leader literally named the Congress MLAs who were in their contact and said that there are a few Congress MLAs who might cross-vote in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. We're hearing rumors not being spread by workers but by responsible leaders, including Rohit Pawar from the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, saying that there are several of the
NCP Ajit Pawar faction leaders who are in his contact as well. We see Milind Narvikar is an interesting choice by Uddhav Thackeray here, because Milind Narvikar is one of those politicians in the Maharashtra Assembly who's considered to have gotten good relations with MLAs across party lines. So his presence and his good relations with everyone will play an important role in this particular episode. But will that be enough for the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena to get back a few MLAs from the Shinde Sena? And that is an interesting question, because we see how the results of the Lok Sabha elections went by, but Milind Narvikar may not be the first choice of the Shinde Sena, because Milind Narvikar was considered to be the reason why the Sena faction broke away in the first place a couple of years ago. So this contest is much more than just 12 candidates. It has the stakes of several political parties in this state up very high.
Right, Anuj, stay with us for our next story. Also coming out of Maharashtra is there's more trouble as far as the trainee IAS officer is concerned, with the centre there forming a panel to probe the conduct of Puja Khedkar. So the centre has formed that committee to verify the candidature claims and other details submitted by Puja Khedkar, who has been accused of misusing disability and OBC quota to secure position in the service. She is also at the centre of a massive allegations of impropriety and misuse of a position as a bureaucrat. And to get more on this, we have Anuj back with us. Anuj, take us through this junior officer who owns 5 plots of land and 2 apartments across Maharashtra, the value of which is above 22 crore rupees. So there's been open abuse of position and power. And take us through the allegations against her.
Besides the property that you mentioned, there is there is on record the fact that Khedkar comes from a family of civil servants. Her maternal grandfather was a civil servant. Her father, of course, was a senior official in the Maharashtra government who retired not too long ago, and her mother herself is a sarpanch. And that goes along with several other allegations. What started with the flimsy demands in case of asking for a red beacon light on a private vehicle, that is Audi, and getting a special number plate done by a private contractor. All of these are things which are strictly prohibited for officers, especially on probationary cause or order. All of these things transpired into something much more serious and has put questions on the credibility of what is considered to be the toughest exam on the planet, and that is the UPSC exam. We saw the certification process come under the scanner, and that will play a major role. Of course, as you said, one member committee has been named by the centre, which will look into this matter, and they'll primarily look into the credibility of the certificates provided by Khedkar. There were 2 major certificates provided by her. Of course, one of it is the OBC certificate, which she filed or applied for under the non-creamy layer category. That will be scrutinized by that committee, one-member committee. And secondly, it is the health certificates provided by her. There were health certificates provided on 2 grounds. Firstly, an impairment, a visual impairment, and secondly, mental illness. For both of these, the AIIMS hospital in Delhi asked her to visit the hospital so that a verification of the same is done, and they've been sending requests to her on a frequent basis, but she never showed up in the AIIMS, rather got her verification document sorted by a private hospital in Pune. You look at all of these things, and then in addition to that, you see the new reports coming from the police officials in Pune as well. The Audi, according to the police, has got 21 challans pending, which will amount to close to 21 or 22,000 rupees of fine, which has been sent to her family via WhatsApp. So what started as a rather flimsy demands made on flimsy grounds, has now reached a level where questions have been asked on the credibility and the application process of the toughest examination in the country.
Right, exactly. So those challans that you're mentioning to the tune of 27,000 rupees, which remain unpaid. And to get more on this now, we also have Rahul Kulkarni joining us. Rahul, it is the Pune police that has now, it's the traffic police there that's issued a notice to the trainee, and this is on account of that red beacon light that she has on her Audi car.
पुणे पुलिस को उनके घर के अंदर नहीं आने दिया गया, लेकिन कल जब पुणे पुलिस ने उस ऑडी के ओनरशिप को लेकर तफ्तीश की, तो तब ये पता चला कि ये जो प्राइवेट व्हीकल है जिसके ऊपर उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का साइन बोर्ड लगाया था और रेड बीकन लगाया था, वो एक प्राइवेट इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी के नाम पे रजिस्टर्ड है, और उसके पहले लगभग 21 बार ट्रैफिक रूल्स का वायलेशन करने का जुर्माना भी उस गाड़ी पे लगाया हुआ है। 21,000 का जुर्माना है। तो कल पुणे पुलिस ने इस तफ्तीश के बाद पूजा खेड़कर को एक नोटिस इशू किया है। इनसे ये पूछा जा रहा है कि ये एक प्राइवेट व्हीकल थी जिसके ऊपर आपने महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का साइन बोर्ड लगाया और रेड बीकन लगाया, तो क्या ये ट्रैफिक रूल का वायलेशन नहीं है? तो इसका उन्हें 2 दिन के अंदर जवाब देना है। पुणे पुलिस ये भी प्रयास कर रही है कि जो प्राइवेट व्हीकल है वो अपने कब्जे में ली जाए और जो प्राइवेट इंजीनियरिंग फर्म है उसके ओनर को भी तफ्तीश के लिए बुलाया जाएगा।
Right, thank you so much, Rahul, for joining us with all those details. Now, let's just also get you news coming in from the national capital. And today is the day when the court will be hearing the case against the bail plea as far as Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. So, the Supreme Court all set to deliver its verdict on Delhi Chief Minister's petition against his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the money laundering case linked to the now scrapped Delhi excise policy. To remember that Arvind Kejriwal has been behind bars since March. He was granted bail last month on the 20th. However, that order was held. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, will Arvind Kejriwal get to walk out of jail being the big question, considering the fact that he has also been arrested by the CBI?
Well, certainly, Divya, as you rightly mentioned, today is an important Supreme Court's verdict on Arvind Kejriwal's plea challenging the legality of his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, certainly, it does appear to be difficult for Arvind Kejriwal to be walking out of jail, especially when the other agency, that is the CBI, has also now arrested him recently in the same, in the same alleged liquor policy scam. But certainly the Supreme Court verdict will be very, very important, very, very crucial today, because it is going to impact even the CBI's case. Now, we have seen that Arvind Kejriwal's counsel had questioned the grounds of his arrest, while on the other hand, the Enforcement Directorate had said that they have the evidence that Arvind Kejriwal in fact had taken 100 crore rupees kickbacks, in this alleged liquor policy scam. And, he was, there were meetings that were being held with the South Group to in fact tweak this particular policy, and all was done by Vijay Nair and on the directions of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. That includes the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal as well. So certainly it is going to be very, very important day for Arvind Kejriwal, and also in fact, since, as you mentioned, that it is not just the ED but also CBI that are investigating the same case. Now, on the other hand, we have seen that the Aam Aadmi Party goes on to claim that this is an entirely fabricated case that has only been done to, to conspire against Arvind Kejriwal and to defame Aam Aadmi Party. But certainly we'll have to wait and watch if today Arvind Kejriwal gets any kind of relief from the Supreme Court. Over to you.
Right. Well, also stay with us for our next story, and that's also coming out of the national capital, and this is in regard to the electricity tariff. Now, the BJP is planning a protest, and this protest that's going to be taking place in the national capital in front of the Delhi Secretariat against the Aam Aadmi Party government. The electricity bills in Delhi have gone up since the 1st of May, and the power companies have hiked electricity tariffs, affecting many households and businesses. The increase has now been evident as far as the bills that the residents are receiving since July. Ishika, the party has gone on to ask people to be in that protest. The participants have been asked to carry their electricity bills with them while they protest outside the Delhi Secretariat.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, the opposition here in the national capital, that is the BJP, has planned to hold a massive protest outside the Delhi Secretariat against the Delhi government over the inflated electricity bills, and they have in fact invited all those residents of the national capital who have got an increased electricity bill this month. Now, remember that this comes after, in fact, the officials had said that, the electricity bill will increase by 6 to 8% after the revision of the PPAC charges. Now, the BJP has questioned the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government as to how are they allowing it, because they say that the power discom companies did not even ask DERC for approval, they merely informed them. Now, the BJP also in fact claims that, the power discoms companies are being supported by the Delhi government, and also the audit has not been done of these power discom companies till date. So these are the allegations that have been made by the BJP, while Atashi, power minister in the Delhi government, had justified this revision of the PPAC charges, saying that by an older, provision in the Electricity Act, the discom companies are in fact allowed to increase their PPAC AC charges by around 10% for a short time, especially when the demand goes up in the peak season. So certainly we are in fact expecting that the war of words and the political drama, especially on the streets of the national capital, will in fact continue to intensify over this issue even in the coming days. Over to you.
Right, let's just also get you some of the reactions coming in, especially from the BJP. Let's listen in.
अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार दिल्ली वालों को लूटने का कोई मौका छोड़ नहीं रही। अब आप जरा अपने बिजली के बिल को ध्यान से देखिए। यूपीएससी के नाम पर 8.75% टैक्स बढ़ाया गया है और उसकी वजह से आपका बिल 1.5 गुना हो गया है। और ये चोरी बिना बताए की गई, कोई अप्रूवल नहीं ली गई, चुपचाप लोगों के बिल बढ़ गए हैं। जिसका बिल अगर 2000 आता है तो अब देखेंगे तो 3000 से ऊपर होगा।
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Mumbai. And heavy showers have disrupted traffic. So there is a delay as far as road and air traffic is concerned. And the Indigo Airlines has put out a warning saying that there could be congestion that could be impacting flights and waterlogging in parts of Mumbai. So that's the warning that's been put out by the Indigo Airlines. And road traffic has been reported as far as Mumbai is concerned. Very heavy showers expected not just today, but according to the Met Office over the next 3 days till the 15th of this month, very heavy showers are expected. We have Anuj joining us from Bandra. Anuj, get us a sense of what the situation on the ground is like as far as this morning in Mumbai is concerned.
It's been raining here since early morning today, quite consistently, although the rain's pace has changed since time and again, but the rain as such hasn't stopped since then. Now you see, IMD, the Mumbaikars woke up to this news and IMD had put out a 24-hour long yellow alert for the city and a nowcast of 3 hours on an orange alert. Now this states that there is expected to be heavy to very heavy rainfall at isolated regions, not just of Mumbai city, but also on the entire western coast, including districts of Palghar, Ratnagiri and other regions in the Konkan as well. Mind you, just a few days ago, due to the heavy rainfall, this particular region of the state saw massive flooding, including the city of Mumbai. When you talk about Mumbai, it has more to do with the traffic congestions. Ever since the rain has started in the morning, till now, we've already seen the Andheri subway, being shut at the moment because there has been waterlogging found out there. And as a precautionary measure, Andheri subway has been put down. We're also also seen that more amount of rainfall is taking place in the central part of the city. When you talk about areas like Santa Cruz, which are very close to the airport, than the southern part of the city. The southern part of the city might have more rainfall in the evening when the high tide take place. High tide amounting to close to 3.5 millimeters is expected at around 4 p.m. later tonight, and all the authorities will be making sure that precautions are followed to make sure that there is as less damage caused by high tide in a way of waterlogging or traffic congestion as possible. Besides that, I am here in Bandra, and in BKC there have been several traffic advisories issued by the police because of the mega Ambani wedding. Since last couple of days, traffic diversion, difference in vehicular movement has been taking place. As a result, there has already been a lot of complaints coming from Mumbaikars, especially the netizens who have been speaking about it time and again. And when you add the issue of rainfall and subway congestion and traffic congestion to that, it only adds more to their worries.
Right, Anuj, can you say that it's raining more this time around than what you usually see as far as the monsoon season in Mumbai is concerned? Given the fact that it rained close to 300 millimeters, the amount that it rains over 30 days in a matter of just 6 hours in Mumbai just recently.
Yeah, you see that day seemed to be like the one which takes place once in a season. But what we are seeing today is, at least as of now, is nowhere close to what we experienced a couple of nights ago. But it is a repeat of a similar situation when you look at the worries and the concerns of the Mumbai people. You see, the rainfall in the city came a little late. It was delayed by almost 20 to 25 days. And then everyone thought that the authorities, the BMC, the government, the railways had gotten a good hold of the situation, and they were far better prepared to handle the situation. But we saw how the system crumbled literally just a couple of days ago when an unexpected and an unprecedented rainfall of 300 mm took place. Today's rainfall, of course, as at the moment the rainfall seems to have become a little less intense than what it was a couple of hours ago, but it is still continuous. It is still continuing, and as of now, a nowcast has been put forth by the IMD for an orange alert for the next 3 hours and an yellow alert for the next 24 hours. It'll be interesting to see what changes after the 3 hours. It is expected that in the afternoon situations might become a little better, at least in several parts of the city, because rainfall predicted by the IMD is although heavy, but in isolated part of the districts. So will that really affect the city of Mumbai as much as it did a couple of days ago? Will be a matter to be seen by Mumbaikars and of course also the authorities.
Right, Anuj, we will keep tracking the monsoon situation as far as Mumbai is concerned, because it's not just today but up till the 15th of this month, and heavy showers according to the Met Office will continue in Mumbai. And staying with the weather news, rain fury seen in Uttarakhand as well, and a key highway to Badrinath still shut because of the vehicles that continue to remain stuck. A key road still shut even though it's been 72 hours on, and debris is still being cleared from that highway in Badrinath. We have my colleague Kishore joining us to get us more. Kishore, what's hampering the rescue operations? What's taking so long? It's been 3 days. I mean, visuals on our screen of that landslide that took place 3 days ago. Of course, it's been massive and it's caused a lot of damage. But the massive problem that the people are facing, a lot of inconvenience to tourists there, to people living in the area, that key highway that continues to be shut.
बिल्कुल 72 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय हो चुका है जो जोशीमठ के जोगीधार में एक बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड हुआ था। अभी तक वहां पर बीआरओ, एसडीआरएफ, ज़िला प्रशासन और पीडब्ल्यूडी के जो तमाम कर्मचारी और वहां पर अधिकारी है वो वहां पर मौजूद है। लगातार सड़क को साफ करने का काम चल रहा है। हालांकि पैदल यात्रियों के लिए रास्ता खोल दिया गया था, लेकिन फिर से जब देर रात बारिश हुई तो फिलहाल अभी वहाँ पर काम थोड़ा सा रुका हुआ था, लेकिन काम को फिर से शुरू किया गया। अब उम्मीद की जा रही है कि आज इसको खोल दिया जाएगा, क्योंकि लगभग जब बारिश हुई थी तो वो इलाका बिल्कुल स्टेबल था, वहाँ पे कोई लैंडस्लाइड नहीं हुआ। यही वजह है कि बीआरओ की जो टीम है, लगातार बड़ी मशीनें हैं, वहाँ पर कर्मचारी है, वो लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जो वहाँ पर लोग फंसे, करीबन 2 से 2.5 हज़ार के करीब बताए जा रहे हैं लोग वहाँ पर फंसे, जो यात्री और लोकल्स हैं जिनको वापस अपने घर जाना है। उनके लिए खाने पीने का इंतज़ाम ज़िला प्रशासन ने कर रखा है। इंडियन आर्मी वहाँ पर उनके लिए खाने पीने और दवाइयों का इंतज़ाम कर रही है। अगर कोई बीमार है तो वहाँ पर आर्मी के हॉस्पिटल है, ITBP का हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ पर उनको उनको इलाज भी दिया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा वहाँ पर सभी चीज़ें की सुविधाएं की है ताकि लोगों को कोई दिक्कत ना हो, लेकिन लोगों को दिक्कत ये है कि वो जा नहीं पा रहे और पिछले 3 दिनों से वहीं पे अटके हुए हैं। अब ऐसे में देर शाम तक ये रास्ता क्लियर होने की उम्मीद जताई जा रही है और लगातार काम चल रहा है। इसके अलावा जो ऑरेंज अलर्ट है उत्तराखंड में 7 जिलों के लिए, जिसमें देहरादून, पौड़ी, टिहरी, हरिद्वार, चंपावत, नैनीताल और उधमसिंह नगर में है, तो वहाँ पर भारी बारिश की आशंका है। हालांकि चमोली ज़िले में अलर्ट नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी एहतियातन सभी को दिशा निर्देश दिया है, लोगों से बातचीत की जा रही है और लोगों को ये भी कहा गया है कि बारिश के दौरान सफ़र ना करें क्योंकि लैंडस्लाइड हो सकता है। फिलहाल बद्रीनाथ हाईवे 72 घंटे से बंद है और जल्द आज शाम तक वो खुलने की उम्मीद है। जी
Right, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. And staying with weather news from across the border, we're talking about flights that are being impacted as far as the Kathmandu airport is concerned. A landslide swept 2 buses carrying an estimated 63 passengers on the highway. We're talking about the Madan Ashrit highway in central Nepal into the Trishuli river this morning. As per the preliminary information regarding those buses, there were 2 buses carrying about 63 people, and rescue operations are being hampered due to the rain situation in the area. So, of course, it is the Prime Minister who's also taken on to X to, express his condolences. He's deeply saddened by the reports of about 5 dozen passengers that are missing where that bus was washed away by that landslide that took place. He's also talking about the loss of property due to the floods and landslides, and he is also directing all agencies to make sure that the rescue and search operations are effective as far as passengers are concerned. So now all flights from Kathmandu have been impacted and flights have been cancelled. Now, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has the support of eminent faces and voices from across the country. Here is one such voice.
I'm a great believer that you can't have great quality of life in our cities without our cities being inclusive. A vast segment of our population is physically differently abled, and we make them, it's absolutely critical that we make them an integral part of our lives. And therefore, this unique initiative of Samarth by Hyundai is a remarkable initiative, and we need to fully support it.
And with that, we're leaving a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Maharashtra. The key Maharashtra MLC election before the state polls. It's Mahayuti versus the MVA face-off as far as Maharashtra is concerned, with cross-voting fear that haunts the party. So after the Lok Sabha contest, Maharashtra is bracing for another round of the ruling NDA versus the India bloc, where both sides will try to outmaneuver the other in the elections to the Maharashtra Legislative Council, the MLC, that's being held today. For the MLC post, 12 candidates are in the fray for 11 seats. Now, resort politics has made a comeback as far as Maharashtra is concerned, so has the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading. The contest is seen as a semi-final, as the result will also show whether the ruling Mahayuti is intact or some MLAs are slipping ahead of the assembly polls, which are due between October and November of this year. There's also been a buzz that after the Lok Sabha results, where the NCP would win only one of the 4 seats, some MLAs from Ajit Pawar's camp may switch sides as they're not confident of returning to power after the assembly election. So it is a lot of action that's going on as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and of course this is being seen as a prelude to what's really going to take place during the assembly elections, which are expected in 3 months' time from now. We have my colleague Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, you know, the MLAs have been taken to you know, hotels. The resort politics is back when it comes to Maharashtra.
That's right, resort politics back in Maharashtra. There is a possibility of cross-voting and horse trading that may take place today. Now, this is going to be very, very interesting since it's coming post Lok Sabha results ahead of assembly election that is slated in October, November. So this is going to be a prelude of sorts ahead of assembly election. This will sort of determine what may happen during assembly elections and ahead of assembly elections. So there are talks of, you know, Ajit Pawar party members wanting to switch sides, and that may become clear today because, you know, as far as the number game is concerned, yes, 12 candidates in fray for 11 MLC seats, of which 9 candidates from NDA and 3 candidates from MVA. Had it been 9 from NDA and 2 from MVA, it would have been an unopposed contest. However, this election has been necessitated as a result of that third, you know, contestant from MVA. So, as a result of which, you know, Uddhav Thackeray decided to field Milind Narvekar, you know, at the nth hour, which is what has led to this confusion. So, this mix will add to some sort of chaos and confusion. We will know you know, who is going to be loyal to Mahayuti. So this is going to be a test for Mahayuti certainly, because if we look at 9 candidates, they have the numbers. So if you add the independents as well as smaller parties, they have the numbers to win as far as those 9 candidates are concerned. And for MVA, they have the numbers for the 2 candidates. But when we put the 3rd candidate in the mix is when, you know, there could be chaos and confusion. In a sense, Uddhav Thackeray has decided to put that 3rd candidate, perhaps in the hopes or perhaps because he's confident that there will be cross-voting and he may get the numbers for that 3rd candidate to win. So will that happen today remains to be seen. Something similar happened in 2022, which is what led to, you know, the collapse also at that time, when Eknath Shinde and his group decided to cross-vote during MLC elections, and then the rebellion took place, and then collapse of government and formation of new government. And again, this is happening ahead of assembly elections. So something similar could, then it would mean, you know, trouble as far as Mahayuti is concerned, considering the rumor surrounding Ajit Pawar's MLA wanting to switch sides.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now, and this is in regard to a SpiceJet employee who was arrested after she slapped a male assistant sub-inspector following an altercation that took place at the Jaipur incident. This is at the airport there. The incident was caught on CCTV. We're talking about this, you know, staffer of the SpiceJet Airlines, and it is the airlines which has gone on to say that there was, you know, inappropriate language that was used. She was sexually assaulted, but it is a CISF personnel who's gone on to say that this is the staffer who was actually angry because she did not want to go through the mandatory checks. And to get more on this, we have Harsha joining us. Harsha, take us through what really happened and, you know, visuals on our screen of that slap that took place at the Jaipur airport.
Well, you know, what we have been given to understand, and, you know, everyone, of course, is guarded about this entire incident because, remember, it involves airport security. So what we have been given to understand is that this incident happened early on Thursday morning. On Thursday morning, this SpiceJet personnel was accompanying the van which takes in the food which is loaded onto the SpiceJet aircrafts. The entry was from a side gate, and apparently what we have been given to understand, I can't confirm that, but sources have said that perhaps there was no woman constable present there. Of course, the SpiceJet has said she had all the mandatory permissions to enter the aircraft, because remember, all ground personnel are issued valid identity cards, but they still have to be checked. Now, apparently, somewhere in the checking, or perhaps the fact that she had to be frisked, there was no woman constable there. This is where some objections were raised by her. This led to some kind of a heated argument with the CISF personnel. The SpiceJet lady has alleged that there was some kind of sexual innuendo, not sexual assault, but she's definitely said there was some kind of sexual innuendo and harassment that took place verbally. After that, you know, when the matter escalated inside the airport, you can see the conversation is happening with ground staff and, you know, senior security personnel are there. She's talking to some women constables also. And then suddenly in that heated argument, she reaches out and she slaps this person who was there. So, you know, the police are, of course, investigating this entire case, exactly what has happened. We are trying to find out if the CISF has anything to say on this. They will be, of course, giving a statement to the police. So exactly what happened, we don't know. But from both sides, from the CISF's point of view, we've been given to understand frisking and entering entering a high security zone like this, like the airport. That's the reason why they were being a little strict about it. Of course, there should have been women constable present. We've been told that later they did arrive there. And from the SpiceJet point of view, the lady personnel had all valid permissions to enter the airport.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Now, breaking news coming in at the moment. Now, Karnataka's ex-minister is in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate raided Nagendra in the Valmiki scam, and he, do remember, was the scheduled tribe welfare minister in the Congress government. He resigned as a minister in June for illegal money transfer, the allegations that are being made against this minister. So the raids that followed the ongoing investigations into the multi-crore scam in the Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribes Development Corporation, when Nagendra was the Scheduled Tribes welfare minister. He, like we mentioned, had turned in his resignation in the month of June. To get more on this, we have my colleague Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, the scam in the corporation surfaced after his account superintendent Chandrasekhar died by suicide in Shivamogga, which took place in May of this year. He left behind a death note naming some officials as well as the minister.
That have been siphoned off, and the account that comes from Union Bank of India is where the money was siphoned off, involving a lot of people in the Scheduled Tribes Valmiki Corporation. And based on this particular letter, a lot of Pandora's box was opened with respect to this particular case. The BJP had held a lot of protests. This had also triggered a political face-off in the state of Karnataka. There were two cases, one that was already being conducted by the CID here in Karnataka, the other one that was also taken up as a suo motu case by the CBI there in Delhi. So two parallel cases, two parallel investigations that happened, and for the last 2 days there have been raids being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. And today what we hear is that the ED has taken Mr. Nagendra into custody. Mr. Nagendra for questioning, I beg your pardon. And Mr. Nagendra is the tribal welfare minister here, and just after this case became hot news in Karnataka, that is when Mr. Nagendra was asked to resign. Based on the protest that was staged by the BJP, the Congress announced the resignation of Mr. Nagendra. Mr. Nagendra tendered his resignation, and now he is in the ED's radar with respect to this questioning. All eyes are on how this case would take its turn with respect to the death note and whether there would be justice delivered to Mr. Chandrasekhar, like you pointed out.
Right, Pratibha Raman, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking that story as that ex-minister has now been taken into the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Adani Group's Viniam Port, India's first trans-shipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating history. And of course, creating history there is, in fact, this mothership that has, in fact, when we talk about the Adani Group's Viniam Port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, receiving its first mothership. We're talking about San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company that arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it. So that is historic. It is creating history as far as that mothership is concerned. San Fernando, which has now arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers. And let's get you some entertainment news now. An actor, Kamal Hassan's film Indian 2 released this morning. It's a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian, directed by Shankar. Both have teamed up after 28 years. Will they be able to recreate that magic 28 years on is the big question. Now, Anirudh has scored the music. Last time around, you remember, it was A.R. Rahman that scored the music for the film. My colleague Sam Daniel has all the details. He spoke exclusively to Kamal Hassan as well, who's dropped hints that there could be a third installment as well.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, sir, after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Hassan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV.
So, of course, will this movie have a third installment or not? Those are the hints that are being dropped by the actor himself. We're talking about Kamal Hassan, who's saying it depends on the success of this film. Of course, it's not in Tamil Nadu, but in adjoining states, the price of the movie, the ticket has been hiked, and this is on account of making the money that they spent on this film. This film has been in the making for years now. Do you remember the original one came out 28 years ago, and it is the actor and the director that have teamed up yet again. But the music, director has changed this time around. Anirudh is the one making the music for this film, unlike the last time around where it was A.R. Rahman. And my colleague Sam Daniel speaks to some of the fans and how they're reacting to Kamal Hassan coming back in a role that he starred in 28 years ago.
It's a big day for fans of actor Kamal Hassan as his Indian 2 is getting released across India and worldwide. We come to you from the Rohini silver screens where hundreds of fans are lining up for the first day, first show. The Tamil Nadu government has allowed a special show on the first day alone at 9 o'clock, and hundreds of fans are just getting into the theatre as we speak. With me, a young student. Thank you very much for your time. What does Indian 2 mean to you?
Yeah, it's been 6 years since they started the film, so we had that hype. Also, Anirudh's and music is one of the huge promotional material for this movie, and yeah, we are waiting for Shankar's screenplay. More than the expectations from the trailer cut, we got hype due to the first part's legacy. So that's what we're expecting. We are expecting just a commercial movie, not
The theme of Indian 2 continues to be corruption. Do you think that will resonate with fans?
Sure. You can take any subject, and if you make a big star act in that, the audience will of course get connected to that movie. So I don't think the corruption is an old topic to discuss upon. Yeah.
How special is this film for fans like you?
It would be a great film is what I believe. Shankar sir direction, Anirudh's music. It would be spectacular and mind-blowing is what we believe.
The original version, A. Rahman had scored music for this. This time it's Anirudh.
Anirudh, the young blood, he has given sort of great movies in a row, and believe that this movie is really a great entertainment is what we believe.
Expectations at the box office?
Blockbuster hit.
And in other news, let's just get you news coming in from the United States, and it's President Joe Biden who has declared that he's still the best man to defeat Donald Trump and defend his ability to continue his campaign in his first solo news conference since November. And with Washington on edge, the 81-year-old has dismissed a question about the fellow Democrats, declaring that he's no longer up for the rigors of the campaign and should abandon his re-election bid. But the ever-growing campaign that thinks that Joe Biden should quit the presidential race now includes some of his close advisors as well. And this is new reports suggesting that longtime Biden aides and confidants are looking for ways to convince him to step aside. The New York Times reported while several allies involving his re-election, they have made efforts. Now they see his chances of winning as zero. Several Democrats are reportedly making plans to break with the president if he flops at the press conference at the NATO summit. With the daily threat of another slip-up, his defenses have never looked weaker against a broader assault. Just ahead of his solo remarks, Biden introduced Ukraine's Zelensky as President Putin, and before quickly correcting himself as he spoke at a high-stakes solo news conference, Biden made also another reference by his vice president as Vice President Trump. So these are the faux pas that are being made by Biden, and also his George Clooney, actor George Clooney, who's also been his fan all through, has also said that it's time for him to step aside.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Anyway, Mr. President.
I'm better.
You are a hell of a lot better. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be Vice President, but I think she was not qualified to be President. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for President. I beat him once, and I will beat him again.
Here we are, and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को
Welcome back. Now, an NDTV investigation into the ban of Patanjali products. The 14 banned products still are being sold at counters. These banned products at dedicated Patanjali stores are still available. These products were banned by the Uttarakhand High Court, and shopkeepers claim that no instructions have been sent by the company yet. So, for more details, let's take a look as to this report. And do remember that it was on the 9th of July that the Supreme Court had directed Patanjali Ayurved to provide proof that it has ceased the sale and advertisements of 14 products that have been banned by the Uttarakhand State Licensing Department in April, seeking to verify the company's claim that it had issued directives to all store owners, advertising outlets and social media platforms to adhere to that very ban.
Baba Ramdev's Patanjali has been at the receiving end of the Supreme Court's ire over its controversial medicines and fake advertisement. 14 of its medicines have been banned by the government. And Patanjali on July 9 gave an affidavit in the top court that it has stopped the sale of these drugs. But the reality is different.
भैया एक आई ड्रॉप दे देना ये वाली नहीं चाहिए दिव्य वाली और एक वो दे दो सवासी गोल्ड दे दो सवासी गोल्ड और सवासी ही बोलते हैं ना क्या बोलते हैं टैबलेट वाला नहीं है क्या भैया वो डब्बा जो आता था पहले नहीं गोल्ड मत दो वटी दे दो भैया वटी ज़्यादा घर पे यूज़ होता है.
At this Patanjali store in Delhi's Green Park extension, NDTV's team asked for two medicines, Shwasari Vati and Patanjali's Drishti eye drop. We got both the medicines and the bill from the store. These two are among the 14 medicines banned by the government. Not only this, our team also found some other banned medicines like BP Grit and the Madhu Grit in the shop.
इस वक्त मैं दिल्ली के ग्रीन पार्क एक्सटेंशन इलाके में यहाँ पे पतंजलि चिकित्सालय के नाम से यहाँ पतंजलि की दुकान है. मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं वो दुकान है ग्रीन पार्क एक्सटेंशन में. जब हम अंदर दुकान के घुसे और हमने जब पूछा उनके पास कि क्या आपके पास पतंजलि की दवाइयाँ हैं तो उन्होंने कहा दवाइयाँ. जब हमने उनसे आई ड्रॉप मांगा, जो आई ड्रॉप मांगा हमने दृष्टि का दवा आई ड्रॉप मांगा. ये दृष्टि का आई ड्रॉप है जो हमने उनसे लिया है और इसके साथ साथ हमने सवाश्री वटी जो ये दोनों दवाइयाँ जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बैन की हुई हैं. इस वक्त हमें दिल्ली के जंगपुरा के भोगल बाजार में यहाँ पर एक पतंजलि का स्टोर है.
We also went to Patanjali's store in Jangpura in the capital. There also, we asked for these medicines and we got them.
जो बैन की लिस्ट में ये 14 दवाइयाँ जो बैन किया गया है, जो उत्तराखंड सरकार ने जो लाइसेंस रद्द किए हैं वो ये दोनों दवाइयाँ हैं. लेकिन अभी भी बाज़ार में इनकी सेल चालू है. दुकान पे जब हमने पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो दवाइयाँ आ रही हैं कंपनी से इसलिए हम बेच रहे हैं. हमने पूछा कि क्या कंपनी से बोला गया तो बोले कि कोई अभी इसके बारे में बताया नहीं गया है और सेल जैसे चल रही थी वैसे ही सेल चल रही है.
At another Patanjali store in Delhi's Kalkaji, our reporter purchased 8 medicines like the Madhunashini Vati, the Mukta Vati, Livamrit Advanced Madhu Grit, BP Grit, the Drishti eye drop and the eye Grit Gold.
और मुक्तावटी एक्स्ट्रा एक है. मुक्तावटी एक्स्ट्रा पावर क्या है? ये बीपी के लिए रहेगी. ये बीपी के लिए.
ये सारी दवाइयाँ जो आप लिस्ट जो मेरे हाथों में देख रहे हैं, आप ये पूरा बिल देख रहे हैं आप, इसमें अब मैंने दिव्य दृष्टि वगैरह आंखों की दवाइयाँ, कई सारी बीपी की दवाइयाँ हैं, डायबिटीज़ की दवाइयाँ हैं जो सब हमें इस वक्त मिली है, जो इन पर बेसिकली उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट ने बैन लगा रखा है.
After this, the same scene was witnessed at the Patanjali store in Lajpat Nagar. Here also, these 10 medicines were available. These are all these medicines which are in the banned list.
ये आप देखिए ये जो मधु ग्रिड दवाइयाँ हैं यहाँ पे, ये लिवो ग्रिड दवाई है. ये आप देखिए इस तरह की जो दवाइयाँ हैं यहाँ पे. मधुश्री वस्ट एक्स्ट्रा पावर ये जो है ये डायबिटीज़ के लिए ये दवाई है. आप देखिए डायबिटीज़ के लिए दवाई यहाँ पर जो आम लोग हैं उनके बीच उपलब्ध हैं. आप जब चाहें तब अपने आसपास के पतंजलि के स्टोर से ये दवाइयाँ ले सकते हैं फ़िलहाल के लिए. यानी कि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो तमाम फटकार लगाई थी पतंजलि कंपनी को, दिव्य फार्मेसी को, वो सब फ़िलहाल जो है वो ज़मीन पे उसका जो है कोई ख़ास असर नहीं दिख रहा है.
And it's not just Delhi. NDTV's Prabhakar Kumar also visited a Patanjali store in Patna with a hidden camera. He also got these banned medicines. Even after the ban, their sale of these drugs is continuing in full swing. Apart from Delhi and Patna, banned medicines are openly available in Patanjali stores in Dehradun too.
देहरादून में इस वक्त हम सबसे पहले मैं दिखाऊंगा कि इस वक्त हम एक पतंजलि आयोग स्टोर पे खड़े हो रखे हैं और जिन 14 दवाइयों पे बैन लगाया गया है वो बिक रही है या नहीं बिक रही है। हमने अंदर गए, देखा और उन दवाई को परचेज़ किया जो 14 बैन है और लगभग 11 दवाइयाँ मेरे पास मौजूद है ईयर ग्रेड गोल्ड करके। तो ये 14 दवाइयाँ मैंने 14 में से 11 दवाइयाँ इसमें हैं और लगभग बिल ओरिजिनल जो बिल है ये बिल भी मेरे पास मौजूद है।
So it's clear that the government's ban and the court's rebuke have had no effect on Patanjali. With Ashwini and Prabhakar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Parmeshwar Bafa. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Key Maharashtra MLC elections before state polls. It's the Mahayuti versus the Mahavikas Aghadi face-off in Maharashtra. Cross-voting is haunting parties at the moment. The semi-final before the Maharashtra Assembly polls is on. More trouble for Maharashtra Trainee IAS officer. The centre forms a panel to probe Puja Khedkar's conduct. Khedkar claimed disability, misused power for her beacon. The Pune Traffic Police notice to IAS officer was over the beacon. She actually has over 20 pending challans. Key verdict on Delhi Chief Minister's challenge to the Enforcement Directorate arrest is expected today. The alleged liquor scam. The Supreme Court verdict is expected at 10:30 a.m. Kejriwal was arrested in a money laundering case back in March. Meanwhile, it's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over electricity tariff hike in the national capital. The BJP says that the government is using technicalities to burden residents. The Aam Aadmi Party hits back and says BJP is misleading people by spreading rumours. And the Karnataka Valmiki cooperation scam. Karnataka former Minister B. Nagendra is in the Enforcement Directorate's custody. The ED is expected to question B. Nagendra. Waterlogging in parts of Mumbai as rain lashes. Commute worries amid heavy rain alert in Mumbai. In fact, Indigo has said the heavy rain and congestion is impacting flights. And the blockbuster release, the Indian sequel after 28 years. Kamal Hassan's starrer, Indian 2, releases today. Fans have thronged to theatres to watch the movie. Well, our big focus after the Lok Sabha contest, Maharashtra is bracing for another round of the ruling NDA versus India bloc, where both sides will try to outmaneuver the other in the elections to the Maharashtra Legislative Council that are being held today. For MLC polls, 12 candidates are in the fray for 11 seats. And resort politics, it seems, has made a comeback in Maharashtra, and so has the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading. In fact, this contest is seen as a semi-final, as the results will show whether the ruling Mahayuti is intact or some MLAs are slipping ahead of the assembly polls due in October-November. There has been buzz that after the Lok Sabha results, where the NCP could win only 1 out of 4 seats, some MLAs from Ajit Pawar's camp may switch sides as they are not confident of returning to power after the assembly elections.
बिल्कुल ही क्रॉस वोटिंग होगा तो रूलिंग पार्टी में होगा, हमारे में कोई कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। हमारे सभी एमएलए एक साथ है, हमारे एमएलए पे विश्वास है और विशेष रूप से हमारे तीनों भी महाविकास आघाड़ी के तीनों उम्मीदवार चुन के आएंगे और पहले ही इसमें चुन के आएंगे। इतने वोटों की भी हमारे पास में पूरी व्यवस्था है और इसमें जो एक कांग्रेस के वोट फूटेंगे करके जो कुछ बातें फैलाई जा रही है, झूठ है।
My colleagues Radhika Ramaswamy and Anuj Raith are tracking the latest developments for us. They join us live at the moment. Radhika, to you first. Now, amid fears of cross-voting, it's a Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Aghadi battle?
That's right, it is Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Aghadi once again. Of course, this is going to assume significance considering the Lok Sabha poll results and the fact that assembly elections are just around the corner, just a few months away. So which is why MLC polls going to be very, very significant. I am at the assembly where the polling will begin in some time. In fact, the polling time is between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Leaders are making their way in order to cast their vote. Remember, MLAs have to vote for all of these candidates. Now, we are talking about 12 candidates for 11 seats. Of course, the mix is quite chaotic at this point. Had it been 11 candidates, then perhaps this election would have been unopposed. But in fact, Uddhav Thackeray decided to add an additional person into the mix because he is confident that there is going to be cross-voting, and that is something that even the Mahayuti at this point is saying. If you see the numbers, Mahayuti has just about the numbers for all of its 9 candidates to win, or perhaps they may have to rely on cross-voting too. Of course, there are smaller candidates, smaller parties, as well as independents that both the alliance partners are relying on. In fact, as far as MVA is concerned, they have surplus votes as well. However, if they get, votes from perhaps Ajit Pawar faction, if Ajit Pawar faction MLA decide to cross-vote, then it would be, victory for MVA. So this could mean that there will be larger political churn that we will see ahead of assembly elections. Already murmurs doing the rounds that, Ajit Pawar faction MLAs want to switch sides. And this will sort of confirm if there is cross-voting and MVA's 3 candidates win, then it would mean, a change, a larger change in political landscape ahead of assembly elections, which is why MLC polls in the current political environment is very important in Maharashtra.
Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. We also have Anuj with us at the moment. Anuj, now with the strength of the Maharashtra Assembly reduced to 274 from 288, the ruling coalition will be on its toes to keep its MLAs together?
you see, there are 274 qualified MLAs at the moment who will be voting, and the role of the non-major parties, that if you kind of exclude the three parties from the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Agadi, becomes very important. The independents and the other smaller parties account close to 28 MLAs, and if you look at the pure arithmetic for the 9 candidates which the Mahayuti has put forth in this particular contest of MLC, they need at least 207 votes by their side if we go by the minimum understanding of 23 votes per candidate. The leaders from the Mahayuti have gone on record to state that they are in touch with at least 210, which is 3 more than what is required. Whereas you can see the parties such as the NCP, that is the Nationalist Congress Party, and the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders already making statements that they are already in talks with the Congress Party at the moment. And if you look at the party which is the most comfortably seating party here is the Congress Party. They've got 37 MLAs and they've only named one candidate. They need minimum 23 votes for that one candidate to sail through. So of course the primary preference of the Congress Party would be to help their own candidate. So they would like to give a little more than what is required as far as the the minimum voting criteria is concerned. So we can consider that Congress Party is taking up to close to 27 to 28 votes for their one candidate, and then the rest of the 10 votes, 9 to 10 votes, can be shared with the alliance partners. We saw Vijay Vedettivar, the leader of the opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly, come down very heavily on all those who said that they are in touch with the Congress MLAs. He said that unlike the other parties, the Congress is not insecure and hence it is not decided to keep their MLAs together in any particular hotel. I'm here at Taj Land's End and we saw the Shinde Sena bus leave just moments ago. We've seen that the Ajit Pawar faction of NCP leaders have already reached, in fact have already started voting. The voting is already underway, the time of which was 9 a.m. in the morning. We'll see voting happening throughout the day. One thing that we've gotten to know is that the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP is making their MLAs go in cluster of 4 to 5 to vote and not sending them together. So there is a different rationale that every party is attaching to it. Talking about the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, their party's position becomes extremely important because after the Lok Sabha elections, theirs was the party which came under the scanner, not just in the state, but across the party, including, organizations such as the RSS taking a very strong stand against them. At the moment, they have 40 MLAs, along with 2 independent candidates who have extended their support to them, which is 42 MLAs, and they have put forth two candidates here for which they need at least 46 votes, and they are quite sure of getting 4 votes. So even if they get 4 votes, they will reach just the minimum criteria. But one name which becomes important in this case is the senior NCP leader Nawab Malik, who was earlier seen with the state president Jayant Patil from the Rashtrapati Congress Party of Sharad Pawar. So what actually happened in that conversation? Will it result in Nawab Malik changing his vote from his party to the Sharad Chandra Pawar party? Will only become apparent once the elections come to an end.
Anuj, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. Well, let's turn our attention now to the Adani Group's Viranium port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala. It's actually received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, Maersk, arrived at the port with over 2,000 containers on it. And my colleague Vikas from NDTV Profit joins us live. He's been tracking the latest as far as the Viranium port is concerned. Vikas, what are you seeing at the moment? We're told the Adani Group is creating history.
Yes, very rightly said. The Kerala Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, and also the Union Minister for Shipping and Ports, Mr. Sarbanand Sonowal, both of them are going to inaugurate the first phase of this Viranium port, which is also going to be India's largest and the first transshipment port. So the relevance of this port becomes more important for the country because for the last several decades, India had been losing on the EXIM trade to the neighboring countries like Sri Lanka with its Colombo transshipment hub, the Dubai Jebel Ali port, and also the Singapore port. So what this port will do is that it will have significant importance as far as the EXIM trade losses were concerned. It will help to curtail that, and also as far as the duration of the transportation of the containers and the cargoes are concerned. So this will come down by almost a half, as far as the timeline or the turnaround of these ships are concerned. This port, right.
Thanks so much, Vikas Srivastav, as always, for joining us with the latest. In other news, the centre has formed a committee to verify candidature claims and other details submitted by trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar, who has been accused of misusing disability and the OBC quota to secure a position in the service. This 2023 batch trainee IAS officer is also at the centre of a massive allegation of misusing her position as a bureaucrat. The single-member committee will submit its report in 2 weeks, but it's alleged that Ms Khedkar, who is on probation for 24 months, had been using a red-blue beacon, VIP number plates, and a Government of Maharashtra sticker on her privately owned Audi. We are also told that she has land assets, and those are being investigated by officials at the moment. The centre has formed a committee to verify candidature claims as well as other details that have been submitted by Puja Khedkar, who has been accused of misusing disability, misusing the OBC quota in order to secure a position in the service. I must inform you that the single-member committee will actually submit its report in 2 weeks regarding IAS officer Puja Khedkar's case. But it is alleged that Ms Khedkar was using a red-blue beacon, a VIP number plate and a Government of Maharashtra sticker on her privately owned Audi, what she is not allowed to do. Anuj Raite is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Anuj, as we were informing our viewers, Puja Khedkar has been accused of misusing disability, misusing the OBC quota to secure a position in the service. Shocking details are emerging. What further information can you disclose at the moment?
You see, the case is only getting murkier, right? It all started with certain flimsy demands being made by this probationary officer, which ranged from asking for a red beacon on a private vehicle to getting a special number plate to even having a staff at her behest. Now, these are the things, these are the perks and privileges reserved only for those who are on duty. And you see, she is not even she's yet a probationary officer, which means that she has not been given all the perks and privileges meant for her. But then the case took a different turn when several details of her medical certifications and her application as far as the non-creamy layer in the OBC came out. And that led to this report becoming stronger. At the moment, there is a two-way investigation that is happening in this case, three-way investigation rather. One, of course, at the very local level where the Pune police is looking at all the inconsistencies of the vehicle. They've already stated that there were over 20 challans under that in the name of that vehicle, which amounts to a fine of close to 21 to 22,000 rupees, and that fine will be sent to her via WhatsApp. Secondly, you see a special report for this event has been asked by the PMO itself, and we're also seeing Labasna, that is an institution meant for the training of the young IAS officers, also ask for a special report. We see that the health. On the grounds of the health, the probationary officer had stated that there are two conditions. Firstly, there is visual impairment condition, and secondly, there is a mental illness condition. Now, in that sense, the AIMS asked for a verification, needed a verification for the same, and hence asked for a visit by the officer to the AIMS. But that was kind of dodged, citing the reason of COVID, because this happened when the COVID pandemic was still on in India. But even after that, repeated requests were made by AIMS. In the end, the person in question here produced the verification certificate from Pune itself. So, there are a lot of questions being asked on the verification or on the credibility of it. As a result, a one-member high-level committee has been set up by the centre to look into this matter, and they will do a proper analysis ranging from, of course, the demands being made to more serious concerns such as the authenticity of the documents presented here, both in case of health and, of course, the OBC category. This particular situation poses a lot of questions because this happens just weeks after we saw the entire NEET controversy took over the nation. After that, there were questions being asked to several state government examinations as well. And this particular incident now might as well put the most prestigious exam, not just in the country, but also one of the most prestigious exams in the world on radar of the public.
Anuj, as always, thanks so much for joining us with that crucial update.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो। एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट AI, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट। मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं। ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ AI। तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है। वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन। और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. Mumbai today woke up to waterlogged roads and railway lines, flooding in low-lying areas and water flowing into homes, shops and offices. After incessant rainfall through the night, the downpour intensified sharply earlier this morning. Despite the high tide at about 3:39 a.m. not causing any damage, concerns are growing as the rain shows no signs of abating. My colleague Abira Dhar is actually at King's Circle. She joins us at the moment with a quick update from Ground Zero. Abira, what's the situation like this morning? Are things slightly better? Is it a little easier for the commuters this morning?
Okay, so first, I'm not in King's Circle. I'm Andheri West station. I couldn't reach King's Circle because of the traffic at from Andheri. I'm at Andheri subway. This subway that you can see behind is completely blocked by the police here because there were in the morning it was completely waterlogged. People are not allowed to take the subway at all, and there are thousands of commuters who take the subway every day to reach office. So there's a huge traffic jam. If I can try to show you, there's a huge traffic jam here because people who can't take the subway are taking the other route to get to Andheri East. People right now, what you see is there's a pump here. They are trying to pull out the water. If you can see, I'll get closer. There's a pump here. They're trying to get the water out of the subway, and they're just not that, they're cleaning it also because there's a chances bikers might skid because there's so much of residue post the waterlogging, the sand. So that's why they're cleaning it. It will take 1 more hour for this to clean up and people to start commuting. But the rainfall continues, and it is said that very heavy to heavy rainfall is expected over the weekend as well. But it is also said people not to panic. It is a weekend. Try to stay at home. But yeah, we are expecting there will be waterlogging at few places around, especially the low-lying areas like always. So commuters are asked not to take those routes.
Abira, thanks so much for joining us with that live update from Andheri. Well, the situation remains bad this morning. As you know, Abira has not been able to reach King's Circle from Andheri because the subways are blocked, roads have lots of traffic. It's still a bit of a painstaking task for commuters in Mumbai. With that, let's turn our attention now to the neighborhood, to Nepal, where heavy rain has impacted flights at the Kathmandu airport. 6 Indians, we are told, are missing in a bus mishap as far as Nepal is concerned. A landslide actually swept 2 buses carrying an estimated 63 passengers on the Madan Ashrit highway in central Nepal into the Trishuli river this morning. all the flights from Kathmandu to Bharatpur, Chitwan have actually been cancelled for the day as the weather remains inclement. Prabhakar has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Prabhakar, what details can you disclose currently?
See, this unfortunate incident had happened at around 3 a.m. in the morning. These buses were plying towards Kathmandu, and this incident, the landslide, has happened on a stretch between Mogling and Narayan Ghat. That's a steep hilly area where buses were plying. The heavy rains, the Nepal is witnessing heavy rains, and because of these rains, landslide happened, and 2 of the buses fell down deep into the valley, into the Trishuli river actually, which is a mountain river, and during this time of the season it carries heavy water. 60 of them, 52 passengers to be precise, on board both the buses. They are supposed to be missing as of now. The rescue teams are at the spot, and they are trying to rescue people if they are alive or fish out the bodies. So it's a tough task to actually complete, because remember, it's a hilly river. It has a very strong current. So the rescue operators, the rescue workers who are there at the spot, they are finding it difficult actually to find out the bodies, dead or alive.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us with that crucial update. We will of course revert you for regular updates as and when officials get in touch with you. Now news from the national capital. Well, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party traded barbs over allegations of power hikes in the capital. The Delhi BJP accused the Aam Aadmi Party government of increasing electricity tariffs under the guise of Power Purchase Adjustment Cost, PPAC. But Power Minister Atashi immediately hit back, accusing the Bharatiya Janata Party of spreading false rumours about hike in tariffs, saying that BJP-ruled states provided the most expensive power in the country. We have a reaction from the BJP. Listen in.
अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार दिल्ली वालों को लूटने का कोई मौका छोड़ नहीं रही। अब आप जरा अपने बिजली के बिल को ध्यान से देखिए। पीपीएसी के नाम पर 8.75% टैक्स बढ़ाया गया है, और उसकी वजह से आपका बिल 1.5 गुना हो गया है। और ये चोरी बिना बताए की गई, कोई अप्रूवल नहीं ली गई, चुपचाप लोगों के बिल बढ़ गए हैं। जिसका बिल अगर 2000 आता है तो अब देखेंगे तो 3000 से ऊपर होगा।
Ishika Verma is tracking the story. She joins us live at the moment. Ishika, the BJP is saying that the government is using technicalities to burden residents, but the Aam Aadmi Party has clearly given a rebuttal, saying that the BJP is misleading people by spreading rumours.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, the opposition here in the national capital, that is the BJP, continues to attack the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government, says that they are supporting the power discom companies in increasing the PPAC charges. Now, the BJP claims that the PPAC charges have been increased by 8.75%, and in fact, no approval from the DERC was sought for this. The power discom companies, in fact, merely informed the DERC. Now, the BJP also, in fact, questions as to why no audit of these power discom companies has been done till date by the Delhi government. Now, on the other hand, we have heard the Power Minister Atashi reacting to this. Power Minister Atashi, in fact, goes on to say that as per the old provisions, the power discom companies are allowed to increase their PPRC charges by around 10% for a short time period during the peak, peak demand hours and peak demand seasons. So that is what we are witnessing here, and in this way, the Power Minister has, in fact, justified the increase in the PPAC charges. Now, let me also tell you that the officials have said that the electricity bills are going to be increased by 6 to 8% because of the revision of the PPAC charges. Right. Now, this certainly is going to burden the residents here in the national capital. And for today, because of that, the BJP is holding a mega protest outside the Delhi Secretariat. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with that quick update. We're slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates are lined up for you in a moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Amid fears of cross-voting, the biennial elections to 11 seats in the Maharashtra Legislative Council are being held today, in which 12 candidates, including the BJP's Pankaja Munde and Shiv Sena Uddhav factions' Milind Narvekar, are in the fray.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the
Welcome back. The Supreme Court will deliver its verdict on the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's plea, challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. A bench of Justices Sanjeev Khanna and Dipankar Datta, which reserved its verdict on the plea on the 17th of May, will today pronounce the judgment. But Mr. Kejriwal, also the Aam Aadmi Party chief, was arrested on the 21st of March by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case linked to the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. The High Court had upheld the 55-year-old politician's arrest in the case, saying there was no illegality about it and that the Central Probe Agency was left with little option after he skipped repeated summons and refused to join the investigation. Ishika Verma is tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Ishika, on Arvind Kejriwal challenging his arrest, the Supreme Court is expected to deliver its verdict anytime now?
Well, yes, certainly, as you rightly mentioned, Arvind Kejriwal, in fact, had challenged his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in this alleged liquor policy scam, and the Supreme Court had reserved its verdict on May 17. So in a very short while from now, we are expecting that the Supreme Court will be delivering its order today on this issue. Remember that the Enforcement Directorate had said in the court that they had enough evidence saying as to how the money was given to the Aam Aadmi Party through the Hawala channels, and they had also in fact claimed in the court that Arvind Kejriwal had demanded 100 crore rupees kickbacks, and there were several meetings that were held with the alleged South group also over this matter. But on the other hand, we have heard the Arvind Kejriwal's counsels questioning time and again the grounds of his arrest. So today the Supreme Court is going to deliver this very crucial and important verdict. But remember that this is also going to have an impact on the CBI case. Remember, yes, CBI has recently in fact arrested Arvind Kejriwal in the same case, and also the Enforcement Directorate also recently coming up with a charge sheet where they have named Aam Aadmi Party also this time as accused number 38.
Right.
Over to you.
Thanks so much, Ishika. We will of course revert to you for regular updates the moment that verdict is being delivered. The Supreme Court is also scheduled to hear a petition seeking a probe into the recent Hathras stampede that left 121 people dead. The plea has sought the appointment of a 5-member expert committee under the supervision of a retired Apex Court judge to probe the 2nd July stampede incident. But according to the cause list for July 12th, uploaded on the Apex Court's website, the plea is scheduled to come up for a hearing before a bench comprising Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra. With that, let's turn our attention now to Karnataka, where the BJP is holding a massive protest in Mysuru over the mismanagement of the Mysore Development Authority. The protesters are demanding allocation of sites to the poor by withdrawing those distributed illegally, as well as a CBI probe into the scam, as the allegations are against the Chief Minister and his family. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said that the BJP is carrying out protests in Bengaluru and Mysuru for political reasons. In fact, Siddaramaiah termed the accusations as politically motivated, further saying the investigation into the allotment of lands using the 50-50 formula to the landowners is underway. The BJP is trying to create an issue out of the allotments to my wife, is what the Chief Minister maintains, further adding that it's not at all an issue. They are targeting me to make an issue out of nothing.
I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, who claims to be the champion or the self-appointed custodian of the rights of OBCs, STs, SC, STs in the country, as to why he hasn't taken any action against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Congress government in Karnataka. Is this your model of tribal development? By siphoning off 100 crore rupees of fund that was earmarked for their welfare and purchasing Lamborghini cars, it exposes the duplicity of the Congress party, the hypocrisy of the Congress party.
Pratibha Raman joins us live at the moment. Pratibha, B.Y. Vijendra has just said that it's the duty of the Chief Minister to tender his resignation and hand over the probe to the Central Bureau of Investigation. We're also seeing dramatic visuals of a protest being led by B.Y. Vijendra.
Well, around thousands of those BJP leaders who have been claiming that they would be staging protests in Mysore embarked on their journey from Bengaluru to Mysore, and on the way they have been protesting by getting onto a vehicle and protesting all the way to Mysore. That's the plan that they have. And Mr. Vijendra, who's the state BJP chief, as well as Mr. R. Ashok, the leader of opposition here, would be leading the protests there. And what we are also told is that right now at Nayandahalli, which is en route from Bengaluru to Mysore, is the place where they have been detained. The police have asked only Mr. Vijendra to go in his vehicle, and none of the workers can follow them. A lot of hustle bustle there that is currently happening as we speak. And these BJP leaders have been demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister, and the Chief Minister there, who's been sticking to his stand, claiming that this controversial land was actually taken over by Muda illegally, and that his compensation was demanded through the legal manner, and it has been allotted only over the BJP's regime. And this political face-off has been on for quite some time, which could perhaps lead to a stormy session in the Assembly, which is scheduled to begin on Monday. All eyes are on how this case would reach its logical end, because an inquiry has also been set up by the Karnataka government, led by 2 IAS officers there. Siddaramaiah promising that he would be taking adequate action based on the report that would be submitted. Back to you.
As always, Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us with the latest information coming in. With that, let's turn our attention now to the Adani Group's Vizhinjam port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala. It's received its first mothership. In fact, Vikas is there tracking all the latest developments. Vikas, San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, Maersk, has arrived at the port with over 2,000 containers on it.
Yes, right. You rightly said the container is mothership, and the advancement or the advantage of this port is that this is called a transshipment port. This is India's first and the largest transshipment port that we have got here. And because of this, what will happen is that it will give a lot of EXIM trade benefits to the country. India had been losing this to nearby ports like Colombo port, the Jebel Ali port in Dubai, and the Singapore port. Now India will be able to save a lot of time also as far as the transportation of the containers and the cargo is concerned. So this will be delivered in less than half the time that earlier what we were taking from these transshipment ports in Colombo and other places. This will have an initial first phase capacity of 1 million TEUs, which will be extended or expanded to 3 million TEUs. Right. It's a measure for the containers of 20 feet equivalent containers that these motherships can carry. Right.
Vikas, thanks so much for joining us with that live update. Well, news just coming in from Delhi at the moment. 2 people have been arrested in a drugs case in Delhi. A Delhi police constable has actually been arrested in a drugs case. In terms of the recovery, 1 kg drugs has been recovered from the cop. We can share with you that Manish has actually posted in the Ashok Vihar circle in the traffic police, and his partner is from Nepal, a man who has been identified as Ravi. Both were caught near the Jafrabad metro station, and the cops' urban cruiser car has also been confiscated. 1 kg of MDMA has been recovered from the possession of the accused. And finally, actor Kamal Haasan's Indian 2 releases today. It's a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian, directed by Shankar. Both have teamed up after 28 years. Anirudh has scored the music for this pan-India film. Ravi Varman has done the cinematography. The cast includes Kajal Agarwal, Siddharth, Priya Bhavnani Shankar, Rakul Preet, Gulshan, among others. My colleague Sam Daniels spoke exclusively to Kamal Haasan, but we will get you that in a bit. Before that, listen in to Sam Daniel catching up with fans ahead of the first day first show.
It's a big day for fans of actor Kamal Haasan, as his Indian 2 is getting released across India and worldwide. We come to you from the Rohini Silver Screens, where hundreds of fans are lining up for the first day first show. The Tamil Nadu government has allowed a special show on the first day alone at 9 o'clock, and hundreds of fans are just getting into the theatre as we speak. With me, a young student. Thank you very much for your time. What does Indian 2 mean to you?
Yeah, it's been 6 years since they started the film, so we had that hype. Also, Anirudh's and music is one of the huge promotional material for this movie. And yeah, we are waiting for Shankar's screenplay. More than the expectations from the trailer cut, we got hype due to the first part's legacy. So that's what we are expecting. We are expecting just a commercial movie, not
the theme of Indian 2 continues to be corruption.
Well, the breaking news information we're tracking at the moment: the Supreme Court is expected to deliver its verdict on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's plea challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. At the moment, we are told a bench of Justices Sanjeev Khanna and Deepankar Datta, which reserved its verdict on the plea on the 17th of May, they have sat down to pronounce the judgment. But Mr. Kejriwal, who's also the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party, I can share with you that interim bail has been granted to Arvind Kejriwal. Ishika Verma is tracking the latest updates for us. There's major relief for the Chief Minister of Delhi and the Chief of the Aam Aadmi Party. Interim bail has been granted to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Ishika Verma with us at the moment. Ishika, major relief, not just for the Chief Minister, but for his entire party, the Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, yes, certainly it is a big relief for Arvind Kejriwal that today he has gotten from the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has given an interim bail to Arvind Kejriwal, and Supreme Court in fact had said today that Arvind Kejriwal was in jail for 90 days, and in fact we direct Kejriwal will be released on interim bail. We are conscious that he is an elected leader, so certainly big relief for Arvind Kejriwal from the top court. Arvind Kejriwal has been given an interim bail, so certainly big relief. And in fact, if we talk about Supreme Court also today said that necessity of the arrest refers to the satisfaction of formal parameters of arrest. We have clearly held more interrogation does not allow to arrest. So certainly big observations made by the top court, and the top court has now decided to give Arvind Kejriwal an interim bail, and the top court has also said that we are conscious that he is an elected leader and he has been in the jail for the past 90 days. So certainly big relief, and not just for Arvind Kejriwal, but it is also a big win also for the Aam Aadmi Party, a big relief in fact for the Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen that they had said that they are hoping that the Supreme Court will give the verdict in their favor, in the favor of Arvind Kejriwal.
Kejriwal, and today he has got such a big relief. And Aam Aadmi Party also, we believe, will be holding a press conference on this shortly. But what we are getting to know from Aam Aadmi Party sources as well, that celebrations have already, in fact, planning for the celebration is already in fact being made at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. So certainly a big relief for Arvind Kejriwal and also for his party, the Aam Aadmi Party. Over to you.
Right, so the Supreme Court saying that given right to life is concerned, and since the matter is referred to a larger bench, they have directed Arvind Kejriwal to be released on interim bail. That's what the Supreme Court has said. That's the breaking news information we're tracking at the moment. A larger bench will decide on the need for arrest. This is what the Apex Court has said. And the bail is till the larger bench decides on the case. Ishika, take us through the top key takeaways as far as this verdict is concerned.
Well, in fact, if we talk about the big points that came out of Supreme Court's order today, well, in fact, Supreme Court, and as you rightly said, had said that given right to life is concerned, and since the matter has already been referred to larger bench, we direct Arvind Kejriwal to be released on interim bail. That certainly is the big news and certainly big relief for Arvind Kejriwal. And court, in fact, today has also observed that mere interrogation does not allow arrest. So this is also a big observation that has been made by the top court today in Arvind Kejriwal's matter. Now, in fact, court has also, in fact, taken cognizance of the matter that he has been, inside the jail for 90 days. Now, court today also observed that we felt whether need and necessity of arrest can be read into Section 19, basing on, doctrine of proportionality is referred to larger bench. So certainly, key takeaway is certainly that Arvind Kejriwal has been released on interim bail, and in fact Supreme Court has very clearly said that given right to life is concerned and the matter has been referred to larger bench, Supreme Court has also observed that mere interrogation does not allow arrest. This is also a big observation that has been made today by the top court, and top court has also said that we are conscious that he is an elected leader and he has been in the jail for 90 days. So certainly, a big relief for Arvind Kejriwal, and not just for Arvind Kejriwal, but also for the Aam Aadmi Party. Over to you.
Indeed, Ishika. But interestingly, Kejriwal will remain in jail despite these bail orders. Ishika, I hope I'm audible to you. My question was that despite the Supreme Court verdict, Mr. Kejriwal is expected to remain in jail.
अंतरिम जमानत दी जाती है और जो इशू है सेक्शन 19 का और नीड फॉर अरेस्ट का, उसको जो है रेफर किया गया है लार्जर बेंच में।
अभी सीबीआई केस में भी केजरीवाल अंदर जेल में है, तो क्या ये अंतिम बेल जो मिला तो अभी सीबीआई केजरीवाल जी अभी जेल में रहेंगे कि बाहर आ सकते हैं, क्या है?
केजरीवाल जी अभी कस्टडी में रहेंगे क्योंकि सीबीआई की बेल अभी पेंडिंग है।
Can you explain in English about this?
The CBI bail has pronounced its judgment. We obviously don't have a copy of the detailed judgment yet. It will be uploaded in the course of the day. I am just giving a briefing based on what the court observed during the oral reading out of parts of the judgment. The court has examined aspects of section 19 of requirement of arrest under the PMLA. There were certain legal issues which arose from that, which especially in the context of whether there is a requirement of necessity of arrest in addition to the requirement of section 19 which are stipulated in that section. Those aspects the court has referred to a larger bench, and that outcome we will have to await. However, in the interim, the court has observed that Mr. Kejriwal has already undergone substantial amount of incarceration and therefore directed his immediate release in the Enforcement Directorate case. And therefore, insofar as his arrest under Enforcement Directorate is concerned, it has been directed that he should be immediately released. Now that obviously in normal circumstances would have meant that he would be released from jail immediately. However, after the trial court had granted, the vacation bench of the trial court had granted him bail, the CBI had also arrested him. Therefore, he's also been arrested by CBI in a separate, although connected case, but that's technically a separate case. Mr. Kejriwal has initiated proceedings against that also. That is pending and coming before High Court on 17th. So depending on the outcome of the CBI case, his actual release from jail will depend on that. But insofar as ED is concerned, he is no more required to be in custody as per the Supreme Court order in the ED matter. And insofar as Hindi, Mr. Vivek Jain.
विवेक जी
देखिए
क्या
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमारी याचिका के अंदर एक ग्राउंड था मेरिट के ऊपर कि ऑन द मेरिट्स इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। दूसरा था ग्राउंड की नेसेसिटी क्या है अरेस्ट की, जरूरत वाला पॉइंट हमने इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के पास एविडेंस बहुत पहले से है, इसलिए हमने क्वेश्चन रेज किया था कि
Right, with that, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu at the moment. I'm told he joins us live from outside the Supreme Court. Sunil, despite the Supreme Court verdict, we've just heard Mr. Kejriwal will remain in jail because CBI bail is still pending.
That's right. Mr. Kejriwal will remain in jail, and can you just please? This has been a very big roller coaster ride, as Mr. Abhishek Singhvi and you were pointing out to Justice Khanna. What does this mean? Because ultimately for the Aam Aadmi Party, for Mr. Kejriwal, for the people of Delhi, they still don't have a chief minister.
You see, the thing is that it's a very important outcome today for Mr. Kejriwal. We had challenged the arrest itself. The Supreme Court has said that there are certain legal questions in respect of interpretation of Section 19 which require a consideration of a larger bench. But it was clearly of the view that given the fact that Mr. Kejriwal is a chief minister and otherwise he has undergone a large period of custody, he holds an important constitutional post, it's in the fitness of things that he be released in the ED case. And therefore they have directed the release of Mr. Kejriwal in the ED case. Now obviously the CBI in the meantime, as everybody is aware, has also done an arrest after he was given bail by the ED. Now, that insofar as that is concerned, that also we have challenged and the bail proceeding is pending in the High Court. So as soon as the outcome of that will come, then he'll be released. But I'm quite optimistic that...
Sir, but the big question is that in the case of Mr. Kejriwal, they said we leave it to him to decide about whether he should remain as chief minister or not. So
that is correct. There is no... So the court, there are enough judgments of the court, not just this one, but even earlier, that what elected politicians to do in a given circumstance is their call. And Mr. Kejriwal has already publicly stated his position that insofar as he is concerned, this is a politically motivated case. And therefore he has been targeted for it, and therefore this is not a case where there is any genuine allegation against him, and therefore he is not going to vacate the post. That has been cleared by him even when he was out on the 21-day interim bail.
You have been a veteran of PMLA cases. Now of course the Supreme Court saying that we'll go to a larger bench, which will basically mean a 3-judge bench to hear this matter. What does this mean, for the normal viewer? Please break it down for, the general public about PMLA, Section 19, 45, all those things, so that people understand that basically what is happening and what enforcement is doing and how it is being used against political leaders.
See, insofar as PMLA is concerned, as you know, the ED has become the main agency for arrest. And it has been used against political opponents. That has also become quite clear in the public domain. Now, obviously, the requirement of arrest is the major problem, that is what troubles everybody. Because you don't need to arrest somebody, then you don't need to arrest somebody. So that has to be clarified authoritatively by the Supreme Court. It is a very, very welcome judgment. Even the points which have already been held by this judgment are very, very welcome because it has clarified a large number of aspects of law. Some aspects, maybe there were conflicting judgments, there were larger benches, therefore a 2-judge bench couldn't have clarified it. Those have been referred to the larger bench. But once it is clear that arrest cannot be a normal course, even in ED matters, then I think that will really resolve the problem of what everybody outside is saying, that there has been misuse of the ED.
And what about CBI, sir? Now the issue about CBI, you see that you have gone to the High Court. This is again a long-drawn process.
So I don't think it will be a very long-drawn process. I think this was an important verdict today. I think the CBI, it's a regular bail proceeding. There's no Section 45 like the PMLA, etc. It's not a merits bail. It's a regular bail. He's a sitting Chief Minister of Delhi. There is no question of him leaving the law or escaping the law. So on the normal parameters of bail, we are quite optimistic that very soon, even in the CBI matter, he should be granted.
So many congratulations. Here you have it, Mr. Kejriwal's lawyer, who's been fighting for months, finally getting that interim bail. As he says, he's hopeful in the Delhi High Court, when the CBI plea comes for that regular hearing, they will be able to get Mr. Arvind Kejriwal out on bail. So having said that, it's as of now, he has been given that big relief, but he will still remain in jail till the CBI bail matter is dealt with. And we have asked his lawyer on very crucial questions that the Supreme Court said we leave it to Mr. Kejriwal to decide whether he should step down or not. That they made it said it's a politically motivated case, and various other points have been done. Of course, a larger bench of the Supreme Court will hear this matter. You heard Mr. Kejriwal's lawyer speaking to us exclusively immediately after the Supreme Court judgment.
Yes, Sunil, thank you so much for joining us with that update. So the Supreme Court has clearly said that a larger bench will decide on the need for Mr. Kejriwal's arrest, and the bail is till the larger bench decides on the case?
Well, that of course, because there are two provisions in the PMLA which has now become and being used by the Enforcement Directorate and the government against political parties and political opponents, Section 19 and Section 45, whether they should be independent or this is a judicial review subject to this. These are matters which require greater amount of scrutiny, and it's in that backdrop that they have given the much required relief to Mr. Kejriwal, but left it to a larger bench to look at it at a later stage.
Right. How is the Aam Aadmi Party reacting to this? Have we heard from anyone from the Aam Aadmi Party yet? And also, Sunil, do we have any idea when a copy of the detailed judgment is expected?
Well, the judgment is to be signed by Justice Dipankar, who was not there with Justice Sanjeev Khanna in his bench today. So once he signs it, it will be uploaded immediately. For the Aam Aadmi Party, this is a big, big victory. This is a huge victory, not only for the Aam Aadmi Party, but for many opposition parties who have been fighting against the Enforcement Directorate using the provisions of PMLA to fight against political opponents. Because what Mr. Singhvi was doing today and arguing before the Supreme Court in the last few months was the very provision about the arbitrariness. Just for interrogation, can you arrest somebody? These are the points on which they were asking these legal questions. Now that will be under judicial review. It's going to a larger bench. It's going to get into a greater scrutiny, and it's in that backdrop that we will now wait and see. But for the Aam Aadmi Party, this couldn't have been a bigger victory than ever. They have been under the onslaught of the Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi and the central government. They've been at war of words. There have been attacks. The people of Delhi have been suffering. There have been floods. They don't have control over the officers. There have been various other issues. And ultimately, who are suffering? The people of Delhi at the local level because of the fact that, one, they don't have a chief minister who's been arrested. The second is because the Lieutenant Governor and the Chief Minister can't meet, can't discuss, can't relate to issues. And as the Delhi government keeps on alleging that they have officers who are appointed by the LG who they don't have control, and how are they then to be able to deliver the goods to the people? These are the major points that will have to be looked at. And for the Aam Aadmi Party, the fact that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has been given relief will be a big boost because he's their supremo.
Sunil, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest breaking news information coming in from the top court. The Supreme Court has clearly said the bail will be till the larger bench decides on the case. But despite the Supreme Court verdict, which is a major relief for the Aam Aadmi Party and the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Kejriwal will remain in jail because the CBI bail is still pending. We are waiting for a copy of the detailed judgment. We will bring you the latest as far as this story is concerned. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has the support of eminent faces and voices from across the country. In fact, here is one such voice.
I'm a great believer that you can't have great quality of life in our cities without our cities being inclusive. A vast segment of our population is physically differently abled, and we make them, it's absolutely critical that we make them an integral part of our lives. And therefore, this unique initiative of Samarth by Hyundai is a remarkable initiative, and we need to fully support it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Amid fears of cross-voting, the biennial elections to 11 seats in the Maharashtra Legislative Council will be held today, in which 12 candidates, including the BJP's Pankaj Munde and Shiv Sena Uddhav factions Milind Narvekar, are in the fray. More trouble for Maharashtra trainee IAS officer. The centre forms a panel to probe Puja Khedkar's conduct. The Pune Traffic Police notice has been sent to the IAS officer over her use of the beacon. The Supreme Court says Arvind Kejriwal will be released on interim bail. A larger bench will decide on the need for arrest. The bail is till the larger bench decides on the case. Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over electricity tariff hike in New Delhi. The BJP says the government is using technicalities to burden residents. Aam Aadmi Party maintains the BJP is misleading people by spreading rumours.
In association, NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहाँ पे मैं देता हूँ आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। सेकंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो हैं ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हैं तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें। ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड योर ईयर और आपके कान के चारों तरफ जब कुशन लगेगा एंड कान बीच में आपका फ्री रहेगा तो कंफर्टेबली आप लंबे समय तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। तो बेसिकली मार्केट में आपको ऑप्शनल मिलेगा ऑन ईयर हेडफोन्स का भी, बट आई वुड रिकमेंड इफ यू कैन गो विद द ओवर ईयर डिज़ाइन और उससे पहले एक बार आप अपने ईयरफोन्स का जो टिप है उसको चेंज कर देखिए, हो सकता है आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा। Okay, so you are like me because I personally like neck.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
In the alleged liquor scam, SC orders interim bail for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Larger bench to hear CM's plea challenging ED arrest. Kejriwal to remain in jail despite SC relief in the ED case. Kejriwal also arrested by CBI in liquor policy case. Amid fears of cross-voting, the biennial elections to 11 seats in the Maharashtra Legislative Council will be held today, in which 12 candidates, including BJP's Pankaj Munde and Shiv Sena Uddhav factions Milind Narvekar are in the fray. More trouble for Maharashtra trainee IAS officer. Now a centre panel will probe Puja Khedkar's conduct. Khedkar claimed disability, misused power for beacon. Pune traffic police notice to IAS officer over beacon. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over electricity tariff hike. BJP claims government using technicalities to burden residents. Aam Aadmi Party counters BJP, says BJP misleading people by spreading rumours. In the Muda muddle, BJP protests against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Mysuru. Protesting BJP leaders detained in Mysuru. BJP calls for CBI probe. CM cries conspiracy. Karnataka Valmiki Corporation scam. Karnataka former minister B. Nagendra in ED custody. ED to question B. Nagendra. Illegal money transfer allegations against ex-minister. Waterlogging in parts of Mumbai as rain lashes. Commute worries amid heavy rain alert. Indigo claims heavy rain and congestion impacting flights. And the blockbuster release of Indian sequel after 28 years. Kamal Hassan starrer Indian 2 releases today. Fans throng theatres to watch Indian 2. Now, in a partial relief, Supreme Court grants interim bail to Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal in the alleged Delhi excise policy case. The apex court refers his petition challenging his arrest by the ED to a larger bench. However, Kejriwal will remain in CBI custody on the charges of money laundering. For more details, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is also joining us from the Supreme Court. Sunil, take us in through the details of the Supreme Court's verdict on Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, this is a big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party leader as well as the Delhi Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. This is something that the Supreme Court has held, that he should be given, interim bail. And they have referred the larger question of his arrest to a larger bench to look into the modalities under Section 19 as well as then Section 45 of the PMLA Act. But basically, the long and short of what has been done is that Arvind Kejriwal has been in the Enforcement Directorate for which he was arrested, has now been given that relief. This, of course, as you rightly pointed out, he still will remain in jail because he's now been in a similar case under the liquor policy excise case. The CBI has arrested him. And for which there has been a regular bail that has been moved to the Delhi High Court, and the matter is going to be heard on the 17th of this month. So it's in this context that the Supreme Court has decided that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal should be given relief. This is a big fill-up for him, for his party, and for the state of Delhi, because they have been without a chief minister, and you have seen issues like waterlogging, the fight between the Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi administration, the Delhi ministers. This will hopefully bring some finality when he, of course, is finally released, because ultimately people want governance on the streets of Delhi, and that's something that has been missing ever since his arrest, which has been now for, as the Supreme Court pointed out, for 90 days. But an important observation that they make, the Supreme Court, leaving it to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal to decide and on his own whether he should quit or not. I asked this to Mr. Kejriwal's lawyers, and I hope you lay that out, saying that it is already, this is a politically motivated case. These are observations that have come before by the Supreme Court. So there is no question of Mr. Kejriwal stepping down.
Right, Sunil, we'll play that reaction out in a bit, but the ED has maintained that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin in the alleged Delhi excise policy case, but now Supreme Court has said that this matter will be referred to a larger bench. Take us through what the ED has been claiming so far.
Well, ED has had a number of points which, they're basically saying that there has been a 100 crore payment, and they've been able to show the negate and find out that there has been some linkage. This is of course being disputed by the other side, and there's been no finality on this important aspect. So it's in this context we'll have to wait and see what happens, because these alleged points that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate have been challenged. There has been a lower court which has granted bail. So all those aspects will have to be looked at in its entirety. At present, the ED's case is, and as we've been pointing out, do they have a basis to go ahead to arrest somebody? These are questions that the larger bench will decide. Whether money was paid or not, you'll have to show the proof of the money trail. They say they have been able to do it with Hawala traders and others. They have been able to show the linkage. But if you see what has happened in the lower court as well as in other courts, that provision hasn't really found greater scrutiny, and it's in that aspect that the ED has been found wanting in this excise policy case, especially with some people becoming approvers who were initially alleged to be also the kingpin, as you point out.
Right, Sunil, stay with us. We also have that reaction now pulled out of Kejriwal's lawyer where you spoke to him. Listen in.
This has been a very big roller coaster ride, as Mr. Abhishek Singhvi and you were pointing out to Justice Khanna. What does this mean? Because ultimately for the Aam Aadmi Party, for Mr. Kejriwal, for the people of Delhi, they still don't have a chief minister.
You see, the thing is that it's a very important outcome today for Mr. Kejriwal. We had challenged the arrest itself. The Supreme Court has said that there are certain legal questions in respect of interpretation of Section 19 which require a consideration of a larger bench. But it was clearly of the view that given the fact that Mr. Kejriwal is a chief minister and otherwise he has undergone a large period of custody, he holds an important constitutional post, it's in the fitness of things that he be released in the ED case, and therefore they have directed the release of Mr. Kejriwal in the ED case. Now obviously the CBI in the meantime, as everybody is aware, has also done an arrest after he was given bail by the ED. Now that insofar as that is concerned, that also we have challenged and the bail proceeding is pending in the High Court. So as soon as the outcome of that will come, then he'll be released. But I'm quite optimistic that...
Sir, but the big question is that in the case of Mr. Kejriwal, they said we leave it to him to decide about whether he should remain as chief minister or not. So
no, that is correct. There is no... So the court, there are enough judgments of the court, not just this one, but even earlier, that what elected politicians to do in a given circumstance is their call. And Mr. Kejriwal has already publicly stated his position that insofar as he is concerned, this is a politically motivated case and therefore he has been targeted for it, and therefore this is not a case where there is any genuine allegation against him, and therefore he is not going to vacate the post. That has been cleared by him even when he was out on the 21-day interim bail.
You have been a veteran of PMLA cases. Now of course the Supreme Court saying that we'll go to a larger bench, which will basically mean a 3-judge bench to hear this matter. What does this mean, for the normal viewer? Please break it down for the general public about PMLA, Section 19, 45, all those things, so that people understand that basically what is happening and what enforcement is doing and how it is being used against political leaders.
See, insofar as PMLA is concerned, as you know, the ED has become the main agency for arrest, and it has been used against political opponents. That has also become quite clear in the public domain.
Now, the Supreme Court has given some relief to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, he was arrested by the ED on March 21 after he refused to join the probe of the ED and skipped several summons. Now, the Supreme Court has granted him interim bail, and while stating the order, the Supreme Court also upheld the right that he has served 90 days in the ED custody, but so far there will be the question on which he has been arrested needs to be probed further, and hence the matter has been referred to a larger bench. Now, Arvind Kejriwal's matter will be referred to a larger bench where it will be probed whether the arrest is needed. Now, he will remain in the CBI custody. He will remain in custody and in jail as he has been arrested on the charges of money laundering by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well. Now, our colleague was just speaking to Aam Aadmi Party lawyer, where they claim that this is a political vendetta, a political witch hunt against the Delhi Chief Minister, as the Bharatiya Janata Party does not want the Aam Aadmi Party government to function properly in Delhi. Meanwhile, Arvind Kejriwal's relief and the case will be a matter of sub judice, as now the larger bench will decide on the grounds of his arrest. Now, the Supreme Court also stated that we also will be giving you more details about it, and for now, the Supreme Court has given some partial relief to Delhi Chief Minister and AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal as they grant interim bail to him in the ED case. Now, Delhi BJP is protesting against Aam Aadmi Party over electricity price hike. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party traded barbs over allegations of power hikes in the capital. The Delhi BJP accused the Aam Aadmi Party government of increasing electricity tariffs under the guise of power purchase adjustment cost. Power Minister Atishi immediately hit back, accusing the BJP of spreading false rumors about hike in tariffs, saying that BJP-ruled states provided the most expensive power in the country. So the price hike was done by two companies that provide power in Delhi. Residents of South and West Delhi are affected by it. But so far, we also have BJP's reaction. Take a look.
अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार दिल्ली वालों को लूटने का कोई मौका छोड़ नहीं रही। अब आप जरा अपने बिजली के बिल को ध्यान से देखिए। यूपीएससी के नाम पर 8.75% टैक्स बढ़ाया गया है और उसकी वजह से आपका बिल 1.5 गुना हो गया है और ये चोरी बिना बताए की गई, कोई अप्रूवल नहीं ली गई, चुपचाप लोगों के बिल बढ़ गए हैं। जिसका बिल अगर 2000 आता है तो अब देखेंगे तो 3000 से ऊपर होगा।
Now, after the Lok Sabha contest, Maharashtra is bracing for another round of the ruling NDA versus India bloc, where both sides will try to outmaneuver the other in the elections to the Maharashtra Legislative Council to be held today. For MLC polls, 12 candidates are in the fray for 11 seats. Resort politics has also made a comeback in Maharashtra, and so has the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading. Now, we also have reactions coming in of the political leaders. Listen in.
नहीं नहीं, आज बिल्कुल नहीं। क्रॉस वोटिंग होगा तो रूलिंग पार्टी में होगा, हमारे में कोई कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। हमारे सभी एमएलए एक साथ है, हमारे एमएलए पे विश्वास है और विशेष रूप से हमारे तीनों भी महाविकास आघाड़ी के तीनों उम्मीदवार चुन के आएंगे और पहले ही इसमें चुन के आएंगे। इतने वोटों की भी हमारे पास में पूरी व्यवस्था है और इसमें जो एक कांग्रेस के वोट फूटेंगे करके जो कुछ बातें फैलाई जा रही है, झूठ है।
For more details, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is also joining us. Radhika, what is the local sentiment on the ground? Is it with the MVA or Mahayuti?
You know that we'll have to wait and watch out for till end of the day, because, you know, numbers are not stacked in any of their favors. You know, if you look at the numbers per se, what we can say confidently is that both of them don't have the numbers, adequate numbers from their own MLA. So therefore, they will have to depend on the numbers of either independent candidates or of smaller parties or of neutral parties, or perhaps cross-voting. Be it Mahayuti or MVA, they will have to depend on external numbers, either of the neutral parties, or they may have to rely completely on cross-voting, which is what both the alliance partners are relying on at this point. Now, if you look at the numbers, there are 274 MLAs. The numbers have reduced as far as MLAs are concerned, and each MLC, the candidate will have to get 23 votes. So which means that there will be, you know, some sort of reduction in terms of the number of votes, which is something that they will have to depend on from the other smaller parties or through cross-voting. Now, what has become interesting is that had it been just 11 candidates for 11 seats, then things would have been different. There wouldn't have been an election, so it would have gone unopposed. So to add some interest to the mix, Uddhav Thackeray decided to enroll one more candidate, which is why now the voting becomes interesting. Uddhav Thackeray, or rather the MVA in itself, feels that they will get the required votes for those 3 candidates. However, on the other side, you have Mahayuti, which has fielded 9 candidates, and they feel all the 9 will win. So there is going to be one candidate from either MVA or Mahayuti that will have to lose. And if they lose, it could be mostly as a result.
Delhi Power Minister Atishi is holding a press conference. Let's listen in.
साबित कर देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की गिरफ्तारी पिछले 2 साल से आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं और मंत्रियों का विछड़, पिछले 2 साल से चल रहा ये फर्जी शराब घोटाले का इन्वेस्टिगेशन सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक षड्यंत्र है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, आम आदमी पार्टी का, दिल्ली सरकार का, दिल्ली के लोगों का काम रोकने के लिए साजिश रच रही है और इसीलिए उन्होंने बिना किसी सबूत राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट ने जब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को जमानत दी थी तो बहुत स्पष्ट तौर पर कहा, और एक बार नहीं बार बार कहा, कि इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट के पास अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ कोई सबूत नहीं है। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि ईडी इस केस में एक बायस के साथ एक्ट कर रही है। ये कोर्ट के शब्द हैं, ये हमारे शब्द नहीं हैं। आज राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट के उस फैसले पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी मोहर लगा दी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को ईडी के मुकदमे में जमानत दे दी। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यह पता था, उनको पता था कि राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट से जमानत मिल गई है, उनको पता था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी जमानत मिल जाएगी। इसीलिए उन्होंने एक और षड्यंत्र रचा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जिस दिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जमानत का केस आना था, उससे पिछले दिन अपने एक और राजनीतिक हथियार सीबीआई से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करवा लिया। क्यों किया गिरफ्तार सीबीआई से? सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसलिए गिरफ्तार करवाया कि अगर ईडी के केस में जमानत मिल गई तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बाहर आकर 10 गुना स्पीड से दिल्ली के लोगों का काम करने लग जाएंगे। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र रुकता नहीं है, इसलिए सीबीआई के केस में अरेस्ट किया। मैं आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये कहना चाहती हूं कि इस देश के एक के बाद एक हर न्यायालय ने आपके षड्यंत्र का पर्दाफाश किया। एक के बाद एक न्यायालय ने कहा है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ सबूत नहीं है और आज एक के बाद एक हर न्यायालय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को जमानत दे रहा है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये कहना चाहूंगी कि अपना घमंड खत्म करिए, अपना अहंकार खत्म करिए और बाकी पार्टियों के खिलाफ, लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रचना बंद करिए। सत्य परेशान हो सकता है लेकिन पराजित नहीं हो सकता। अरविंद केजरीवाल की ये जमानत आज पूरे देश के सामने ये साफ कर देती है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल सत्य के साथ खड़े थे, खड़े हैं और खड़े रहेंगे। अब मैं चाहूंगी
So that was Delhi Minister Atishi, who was claiming that the conspiracy of the Bharatiya Janata Party has been exposed after Supreme Court granted interim bail to Delhi Chief Minister in the alleged Delhi excise policy case. The minister also went on to say that ED has no proof against Delhi Chief Minister and ED and CBI are just political tools of the BJP. Now, the centre has formed a committee to verify candidature claims and other details submitted by trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar, who has been accused of misusing disability and OBC quota to secure a position in the service. The 2023 batch trainee IAS officer is also at the centre of a massive allegations of impropriety and misuse of her position as a bureaucrat. The single-member committee will submit its report in 2 weeks. It is also alleged that Ms Khedkar, who is on probation for 24 months, had been using a red-blue beacon, VIP number plate and a Government of Maharashtra sticker on her privately owned Audi sedan. We also have our reporter Anuj Raite reporting on this story. Anuj, what is expected to come up in the government's report?
You see, the government report will come out soon, which will take into consideration all the major points that that everyone has been talking about since last few days, which not just include the fact that there was a beacon put on a private vehicle or a special number plate or a demand for more staff, things or perks or privileges which are only meant for IAS officers after their probationary period is ended, but also several other things. The committee will primarily be looking at the way through which the applicant, this particular individual, that is Puja Khedkar, made her application. There are a lot of doubts over the application, and especially two aspects of it. Firstly, the non-creamy layer OBC certificate which she produced, and secondly, it is the health certificate on two special grounds for which the AIMS wanted to verify her condition several times, but she kept on dodging it ever since 2020-2021, citing the reason of COVID-19 virus, the pandemic which was on back then. In the last couple of days, several other things have taken place as well, as the case seems to have picked up pace from where it was, right? From special demands to a red beacon, to a number plate, to fake certificates now coming at the alleged fake certificates coming at the center of the row. There are also several other things. There is a video going viral, a video which police seem to have gotten about the parents or the relatives of that particular individual dealing with farmers. There is also a special, there is also a particular piece of news which states that there is some connection of this IAS officer in Navi Mumbai regarding their relatives as well. So all of these details will be taken into consideration when the special one-member committee submits its report to the government.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for all the details. Currently slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारण ही सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो। एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट। मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं। ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई। तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है। वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन। और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the
Adani Group's Viringham Port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, Maersk, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating history. A water salute was also given to the mothership. For more details, my colleague Vikas Srivastava is also joining us. Vikas, take us through the details.
Yeah, right, Aditi. So today it was formally inaugurated. This is the India's largest and the first transshipment port that Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone is setting up for this country. So before that, India had been having a lot of losses as far as trade, EXIM trade was concerned. So because of this port, now India will be able to mitigate those losses, especially the handling charges at the port that will be curtailed. And also the duration or the transportation time that used to take from the transshipment hubs of the neighboring countries like Colombo port of Sri Lanka, the Jebel Ali port of Dubai, and also from Sri Lanka, that will be reduced by half. Earlier it used to take almost 1 month's time, so it will come down to 15 and even lesser days now from these ports. This port in the first phase will have 1 million TEU capacity, which will be taken to 3 million TEU in the second phase by 2028. The first phase will be operational by December 2024. So the advantages as far as the EXIM trade and the closeness to the international shipping channel, this will help India provide the strategic advantages as well in the coming future. Back to you, Aditi.
Right, thank you so much Vivek for all those details. We will be slipping into a very short break now, but more news and updates on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. यस, यूलेट पैकर्ड जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था, एंड द मॉडल वाज HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are. जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो, after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे, बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to
Mumbai today woke up to waterlogged roads and railway lines, flooding in low-lying areas and water flowing into homes, shops and offices. After rainfall through the night, the downpour intensified sharply early morning. Despite the high tide at 3:39 a.m. not causing any damage, concerns grow as the rain shows no signs of abating. With another high tide expected at 4 p.m. today, authorities in Mumbai and surrounding areas are on high alert. The IMD has issued a yellow alert for Mumbai and Palghar, indicating chances of heavy rainfall through the day. Thane and Navi Mumbai are under an orange alert, predicting even more severe conditions. Now, a landslide swept two buses carrying an estimated 63 passengers on Madan Ashrat Highway in central Nepal, where the two buses were swept away in the Trishuli River this morning. All the flights from Kathmandu to Bharatpur, Chitwan have also been cancelled as the weather remains inclement. Now, among these 63 passengers, there were 6 Indians who are also missing in this bus mishap. Now, the bus washed away by a landslide on the road section where, as per the preliminary report, both the buses were carrying a total of 63 passengers, including the bus drivers. The landslide swept the buses at around 3:30 a.m. When the search and rescue operation is being carried out, and the rain is causing some discomfort during the rescue operations. My colleague Prabhakar Kumar is also joining us for more details. Prabhakar, do we know any more details about the missing Indians as well as all the 63 passengers?
As we speak, the rescue operation is underway. The Nepal Army and the Nepal police team, they are deployed there, and they are trying to rescue those who have fallen into the river along with the bus. But as of now, the numbers of people who have been rescued or who are still missing, that is not known to us. What we are learning is that few people have been fished out, and they were waiting at the bank of that river Trishuli for the rescue team to fish them out, and they have been taken to safer places, to hospitals. So that is what we know from the ground there at Chitwan district in Nepal.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for giving us the details in the Nepal bus mishap. Now we are getting some breaking news that in the SpiceJet versus CISF row, judicial custody has been given to the SpiceJet staffer. Remember yesterday when a SpiceJet staffer reached out to a CISF personnel and slapped him when he was on duty. Now the allegations against the CISF personnel were that the staffer and the airlines alleged that the staffer misbehaved with the CISF personnel misbehaved with the staffer, after which she slapped him. But CISF has refuted these charges, claiming that he was only doing his duty. Now the staffer who slapped the CISF personnel has been sent to judicial custody. For more details, my colleague Harsha is also joining us. And Harsha, what details can you give us? Till how long will she remain in the judicial custody, and what does the CISF has to say?
Well, you know, just to give you an outline of exactly what happened. So at 4 a.m. in the early hours of the morning, when the, different airlines, their people go in with catering for the flights that are going to take off in the day. So this happened early in the morning at about 4 a.m. There's a side gate from where the entry of these people is permitted. She, of course, had valid permission to enter. But the CISF personnel said that she needed to be frisked. Now, for that, she objected. He, on the wireless, called for the CISF women personnel to come, because at that point, no women staff is at that gate. They were called in, and then after that, you see that there was an argument which happened. The CCTV footage is before you. This lady lost her temper, and then she slapped the CISF personnel. Now, from both sides, the Jaipur police have registered a case from both sides. From the lady's side, saying that sexually colored remarks were made to her, so that has been registered. And from the CISF, from the government side, the fact that you're stopping a government employee from carrying out what is his duty. So from both these sides, these FIRs have been registered. The police is investigating the case. The lady has been detained, questioned, and now she's in judicial custody till when her case comes up. I'll let you know exactly when that happens. And then, of course, she can apply for bail.
Right. Harsha, if you can also take us through the details of the CISF's part. The SpiceJet claims that CISF personnel misbehaved with the staff, and they are standing by completely with the staffer.
Well, yes, the SpiceJet is saying that this lady had valid papers, which she did have. Even the police sources are telling us that she did have valid papers, but she refused to be frisked. You see, she refused to be frisked at all because she said, I have valid papers. Apparently, according to what police personnel have told us, she even refused then to be frisked by the women personnel, because if you look at the CISF, if you look at the CCTV footage, the women personnel are very much present. So she refused to be frisked. Of course, it became an ego hassle between her and the CISF personnel. We are not exactly sure what he said to her. Her allegation is that he made certain sexually colored remarks which got her very, very agitated. So she was very angry, and you saw that she, in the heat of the moment, lost her temper. The SpiceJet people are standing by her. From the CISF point of view, given airport security, they can ask anybody to be frisked anytime. And if it's a woman passenger or a woman personnel, of course she will be frisked by a woman constable. But it is a given. Even if you have valid papers and you are asked to be frisked in the interest of airport security across the country, it's protocol that has to be followed.
Right, Harsha, there is outrage over the incident on social media as well. People are saying that there is a need to boycott SpiceJet now. How will the airlines manage this PR crisis?
Well, I think that really is up to SpiceJet, to respond to that. But I think somewhere, personnel needs to be, everybody needs to be trained. The forces perhaps on gender sensitization, and CISF from the CISF's point of view, and from the ground staff's point of view, that certain protocols need to be followed. Remember, we are looking at airports which are very high risk installations. So given that point, we all need to sort of take that into account. Whether it's you, me, or anyone else who's traveling, there can be some unreasonable demands. But given the larger picture, I think one has to comply. And CISF has very strict protocols. What has to be done has to be done. They even check senior officials. So it's not like they let anybody go.
Right, Harsha, while CISF claims that the Jawan was only doing its duty, are there any more, people who are coming in front to verify the claims made by both the staffer and the CISF personnel? Do we know any more details, or people who are coming up in support and verifying the claims made by both the parties?
See, this is being investigated by the police. You can see that there are 4 or 5 people who are visible in that CCTV at the time of the incident.
Right.
Now, all of them have been, their versions have been taken. But, since this is an issue which involves a very high security crack force, which is the CISF, which is tasked with guarding, high security installations across the country, the police also are not very forthcoming on exactly what's happened. So, somewhere this entire discussion on public forum is being handled in a very careful way and a very sensitive way by the police. Even the police are actually very guarded on what they are saying. The CISF is yet to come up with an official statement, and we only officially have one statement from the police, from the SpiceJet, saying they stand by their stuff up.
Right. Harsha, people are also saying that the SpiceJet has hurried in filing a sexual harassment case when in the video it is being clearly seen that how the woman is slapping the CISF Jawan who was on duty at the time when the incident took place.
Well, it's not the SpiceJet who has filed the sexual harassment case. It's the lady who has said that sexually colored remarks were made at her. So let's be very clear that these were sexually colored remarks that were made at her. There was no physical inappropriate behavior. And the lady is well within her rights to file a case like that. The police has to register that. The SpiceJet has merely made a statement saying that they are supporting her. They have not filed a police complaint.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Harsha, and thank you for bringing us more details. Now, the SpiceJet employee who has slapped the CISF Jawan who was on duty at the time has been sent to judicial custody, and police are verifying the claims made by both the parties in the case. We will be slipping into a very short break, but keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Amid fears of cross-voting, the binary elections to 11 seats in the Maharashtra Legislative Council will be held today, in which 12 candidates, including the BJP's Pankaja Munde and Shiv Sena UBT factions, Milind Narvekar, are in the fray. More trouble for Maharashtra Trainee IAS officer. Centre forms panel to probe Puja Khedkar's conduct. Khedkar claimed disability, misused power for beacon. Pune Traffic Police also issued notice to IAS officer. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over electricity tariff hike. BJP claims government using technicalities to burden residents. Aam Aadmi Party counters. BJP says they are the ones who are misleading the people by spreading rumours. In the Muda muddle, BJP protests against Karnataka Chief Minister demands his resignation and a CBI probe.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really
Now, Now, actor Kamal Hassan's Indian 2 releases today. It is a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian, directed by Shankar. Both have teamed up after 28 years. Anirudh has scored music for this pan-India movie. Ravi Varman has done cinematography. The cast includes Kajal Agarwal, Siddharth, Priya Bhavani Shankar, Rakul Preet, Gulshan, among others. NDTV's Sam Daniel spoke exclusively to Kamal Hassan. Take a look.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, sir, after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Hassan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV. It's a big day for fans of actor Kamal Hassan as his Indian 2 is getting released across India and worldwide. We come to you from the Rohini Silver Screens where hundreds of fans are lining up for the first day, first show. The Tamil Nadu government has allowed a special show on the first day alone at 9 o'clock and hundreds of fans are just getting into the theatre as we speak. With me, a young student. Thank you very much for your time. What does Indian 2 mean to you?
Yeah, it's been 6 years since they started the film, so we had that hype. Also, Anirudh's and music is one of the huge promotional material for this movie. And yeah, we are waiting for Shankar's screenplay. More than the expectations from the trailer cut, we got hype due to the first part's legacy. So that's what we are expecting. We are expecting just a commercial movie, not
the theme of Indian 2 continues to be corruption. Do you think that will resonate with fans?
Sure. You can take any subject and if you make a big star act in that, the audience will of course get connected to that movie. So I don't think the corruption is an old topic to discuss upon. Yeah.
How special is this film for fans like you?
It would be a great film is what we believe. Shankar sir direction, Anirudh's music. It would be spectacular and mind-blowing is what we believe.
The original version, A. Rahman had scored music for this. This time it's Anirudh.
Anirudh, the young blood, he has given sort of great movies in a row and believe that this movie is really a great entertainment is what we believe.
Expectations at the box office?
Blockbuster hit.
I'm here in one of the theatres in Bengaluru where the shows are running to a house full is what we hear, and I have with me a bunch of fans of Indian 2. A very big day is what most of these fans seem to suggest, sir. Or Periya Nala idu. Periya Kamal fan aniga.
நாங்கள் பிறந்ததுலேருந்து வந்ததுலேருந்து இப்போ வரைக்கும் கமல்ஹாசன் தாங்க எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் அவருக்காக நம்ம வேலை வெட்டி எல்லாம் விட்டு வந்து இப்போ கூட பார்க்க வரோம்னாக்கா அவருக்காக தான் வந்து அந்த கமல்ஹாசன்.
He has decided to shun work today only to make it to this film. A childhood fan that he is of Mr. Kamal Hassan. Have you watched the movie?
Yeah, I watched it. It's actually fantastic. It talks about corruption and how the generation should proceed. So basically the youngsters should watch such kind of movies so that it'll be a corruption-free India.
Right. So you think it's a great message?
Yeah, it's a great message. And part 3 is going to give you the wonderful message. So part 2 is just showing you and part 3 will be giving you a strong message indeed. Yeah.
Okay. And what about you, sir? Have you watched the movie?
It's a nice film, nice movie. I'm looking for some national award in the movie.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. Any dialogue from the film that you can give us?
Dialogue, I would say there is a lot of dialogue, but I would advise everyone to watch this movie for the current generation, and you cannot expect the same first part, how it was, but for the current generation and for the current situation, what's happening, the corruption, Kamal sir has acted great, and I wish she gets a national award for this, and all the best for Indian 3 from Kamal Hassan fans, Bangalore.
Now, shifting our focus to Himachal Pradesh, Bollywood actor and BJP MP from Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, Kangana Ranaut, has made a unique demand. She has said that the people of the area will have to bring Aadhaar cards with them to meet her, and also the purpose of the meeting will have to be written down on a paper. A political war has broken out in the state over the statement. Congress leader Vikramaditya has also reacted to it, saying that people of the state do not need Aadhaar card to meet him. Listen in to the political reactions.
मंडी सदर में जो हमारा कार्यालय है, ये इसकी डिटेल है। विशेष करके आप जानते हैं कि हिमाचल में बहुत ज़्यादा जो है पर्यटक आते हैं, तो इस यहाँ आपका आधार कार्ड, मंडी क्षेत्र का आधार कार्ड होना ज़रूरी है। और साथ में जो पार्लियामेंट्री आपका काम है, वो भी एक चिट्ठी पे लिखा हुआ होना चाहिए, ताकि लोगों को कोई असुविधा ना हो। नहीं तो क्या होता है कि टूरिस्ट इतने ज़्यादा, मैंने देखा है मनाली में भी आ जाते हैं, कि जो आम लोग होते हैं उनको बहुत असुविधा हो जाती है। तो मंडी क्षेत्र का आधार कार्ड और पार्लियामेंट्री वर्क जो है उसका लेटर।
हम जनप्रतिनिधि हैं और हमारा ये दायित्व बनता है एज पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स कि हम अपने प्रदेश के हर वर्ग के लोगों से मिलें, चाहे वो छोटा कार्य है, चाहे वो बड़ा कार्य है, चाहे वो पॉलिसी मैटर है, चाहे वो इंडिविजुअल कार्य है, और उसके लिए किसी का आइडेंटिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति हमारे पास आ रहा है या किसी भी जनप्रतिनिधि के पास आ रहा है, तो अपने काम के लिए आ रहा है, और उनको वहाँ पर ये कहना कि आपको ये कागज़ चाहिए या वो कागज़ चाहिए तभी आपको मिला जाएगा, मैं समझता हूँ कि ये ठीक नहीं है। तो मैंने तो ये कहा है कि एज पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हमसे कोई भी आके मिल सकता है, प्रदेश के किसी भी कोने से आके मिल सकता है।
Now, US President Joe Biden has declared that he is still the best person to defeat Donald Trump and defended his ability to continue in his campaign. In his first solo news conference since November and with Washington on edge, the 81-year-old Biden dismissed a question about fellow Democrats, declaring that he was no longer up for the rigors of the campaign and should abandon his re-election bid. But in his latest gaffe, listen into what he calls Vice President Kamala Harris.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be Vice President because I think she was not qualified to be President. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for President. I beat him once, and I will beat him again. Well, look, two things. One, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist. In each case, as recently as February. And they say I'm in good shape, okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day. Did you see any damage to our standing by leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference? What do you think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. For the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is, and I've been doing, I think we've done over 20 major events from Wisconsin to North Carolina to demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win. I've not had any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said,
Adani Group Suvarnabhumi Port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, Maersk, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating history. A water salute was also given to it. Let's cut across to the live event.
Managing Director of Adani Port, SCZ, and other respected officers from the state of Kerala as well as Government of India, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear media friends. Namaskaram Vijingam, Namaskaram Kerala. I am so happy to be here today in the beautiful state of Kerala for the celebration of the arrival of the first mothership in Vizhinjam International Seaport. Malayalis are warm and hospitable in nature. Their commitment, honesty and integrity is unparalleled. The scenic beauty of the state of Kerala and its deep cultural and artistic heritage has always enthralled me and compelled me to visit Kerala again and again. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate the Government of Kerala for its initiative and leadership in setting up of a new benchmark in the country's maritime sector by creating a new greenfield world-class port in the country. Vizhinjam Port is truly India's first deep-water international container transshipment terminal. I would also like to congratulate Adani Port SCZ for their valuable contribution towards creating a modern port infrastructure enabling reduction of logistic costs, saving transit time and reducing our dependency of foreign transshipment port. This port project demonstrates how a successful public-private partnership between the central government, private sector and the state government can unleash the immense potential of our maritime sector. This is one of the exemplary success stories of the PPP model in creating state-of-the-art port infrastructure. This is a big step forward in the implementation of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of creating world-class port infrastructure in the country. As envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister, mega port project including all-weather deep draft port at Vadhavan and international container transshipment terminal at Galathir Bay are also being executed by the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways in a mission mood. Very soon, the country will witness the addition of these two best-in-class maritime infrastructure that will position Bharat as a leading
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Moto.
It's SpiceJet Airlines versus the CISF with the jail as far as the airline staffer is concerned. The SpiceJet employee slapped an on-duty CISF Jawan, and SpiceJet has gone on to back the woman, saying that it was a case of sexual harassment, while the CISF is saying that the airline employee objected to mandatory screening. And now, as far as Assam is concerned, over Mahatma Gandhi's statue, and protests are being held over the statue's removal to make way for a clock tower to come in its place. The Chief Minister of the state has gone on to say will verify facts, as Assam owes a lot to Mahatma Gandhi. In the alleged liquor policy scam, the Supreme Court has ordered interim bail for Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. A larger bench to hear this is the Chief Minister's plea challenging the ED arrest and Kejriwal to remain in jail despite getting that relief in the ED case. Do remember that he was also arrested by the CBI in the same case. In the Mudra model, it's BJP's protest in Chief Minister's home district. The Chief Minister says that this is, vendetta politics. They're making an issue out of nothing at all. Siddharamaiah and his wife facing allegations in the scam. Amid fears of cross-voting, the elections to 11 seats in the Maharashtra Legislative Council is being held, in which 12 candidates, including the BJP's Pankaja Munde and Shiv Sena's Milan Narvekar, are in the fray. And more trouble for Maharashtra trainee IAS officer. We are talking about Puja Khedkar. The centre has formed a panel to probe the conduct. She claims disability, and that claim is going to be probed, as well as the misuse of power for that red beacon on her Audi car. In Uttarakhand, the key highway opens only for two-wheelers as of now. A major landslide has blocked highways. It's been 72 hours and 2,000 tourists are stranded due to that landslide that took place 3 days ago. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including SpiceJet employee who was arrested after she slapped a male assistant, a sub-inspector, following an altercation that took place at the Jaipur airport. Now, the airport security has filed a complaint regarding preventing a government official from carrying out his duty. The incident that took place on Thursday morning when she was trying to enter the airport from the side gate meant for catering vehicles. Well, we have my colleague Harsha joining us to get us more on this. Harsha, what led to that slap? Was it that she was not allowed through that entrance, or was it that she didn't want to comply with the frisking process due to no female staff being around?
Well, just let me explain the entire, incident that's happened in a context and with a timeline. So let's begin when it actually happened. It was at about 4 a.m. in the morning when this SpiceJet personnel was accompanying, the van which goes in to load the food. She was responsible. She's ground staff. She was entering the airport because she's part of the catering staff that loads food onto the, onto the aircraft. Now, she was at the airport from the side entrance where there was this one person who was on duty at that point.
Right, so visuals on your screen of that altercation that took place at the Jaipur airport. There you can see a SpiceJet staffer, that woman who slapped the CISF personnel at the airport. And this is, what the SpiceJet Airlines is saying, that there was inappropriate language that was used. There was a case of sexual harassment, and they're totally backing their staff there. But it's the CISF who've gone on to say that she got agitated when she was asked for the mandatory check. So like Harsha was pointing out, that she entered through a side entrance as far as the airport is concerned, which is usually used for the catering staff. And of course, there she was, asked for that mandatory check, but she refused, saying that there was no female staff around, and that is when this altercation took place. In other news, a row has erupted over the removal of the statue of Mahatma Gandhi in Assam. The statue was removed to make way for a clock tower to come in its place, and protests have been taking place after that removal of the statue. Do remember, it's Mahatma Gandhi, like the Chief Minister of the state has gone on to say that Assam owes a lot to the father of the nation, which is why they will have to verify the facts. In Assam, of course, they're saying that they will look into the matter. Now, this is the tea town of Dumduma, in which this controversy erupted over the removal of the statue. This took place on Wednesday. The authorities uprooted that statue, which was 5.5 feet tall statue, which was located at the Gandhi Chowk for several years. It was removed using an excavator crane, sparking protests. Let's just now let's switch tracks and head to the Adani event. This is the Adani Group's Vinenium port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam Beach in Kerala, that's received its first mothership.
Our promise to Honorable Chief Minister of commissioning this port in time. The mothership, the San Fernando, now lying in our harbour, is a symbol of a new glorious achievement in Indian maritime history. It is a messenger that will tell the world that India's first automated container transshipment port and largest deep water port has begun commercial operations. In 1991, when this port project was first announced, Virinjam was just another village with ordinary prospects. At that time, no one could have imagined that it would become a world-class port. And let me tell you, in all humility, this port is going to be one of the world's top destinations for global container shipping. The 300-meter-long San Fernando, operated by Maersk, one of the world's leaders in shipping and logistics, is the first commercial container cargo vessel to call at this port. And we can all be confident that this ship is just the first of many thousands of very large container ships that will berth in this port in the years ahead. Since October 2023, when we gathered here to welcome the first project ship of Virinjam, 7 such cargo ships have called at this port, and each one of them was a test of our capabilities. They were the ships that brought in heavy machineries that you now see installed in the port. These are not ordinary machines. They represent the world's most advanced port system and technologies. We have installed 8 ship-to-shore cranes and 23 cantilevered rail-mounted gantry cranes. The cantilevered rail-mounted gantry cranes are fully automated, and the ship-to-shore cranes are semi-automated and remotely operated. No other port, including our own highly advanced Mundra port, has these cranes or these technologies. In fact, what we have already installed here is South Asia's most advanced container handling technology. And once we complete the automation and the vessel traffic management system, Virinjam will be in a class of its own as one of the most technologically sophisticated transshipment ports in the world. I'm delighted that every aspect that we had planned for is coming together, and we are privileged to have been given this opportunity to use our expertise to transform this part of India. In line with the Maritime Amrit Kal 2047, our Honorable Prime Minister's vision for the maritime sector. Speaking at the Global Maritime Summit 2023, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji had highlighted India's plan to make the blue economy a key medium for creating a green planet. He underscored the government's drive to develop next-generation megaport, and Virinjam is a perfect example of his triple focus: ports for prosperity, ports for progress, and ports for productivity. what we have managed to achieve so far would not have been possible without the incredible all-round support we have received. I extend my deep gratitude on behalf of the Adani Group and on my own behalf to you, Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayanji, for guiding us through the most difficult part of this project and its execution on the ground. I would also like to thank Honorable Union Minister Shri Sonowalji for providing generous and continuous support, as well as helping us supporting in the VGF grant at the center. We are also immensely thankful to the state and central government, to the warm and welcoming people of Virinjam and Thiruvananthapuram, to Shri Shashi Tharoorji, Honorable Member of the Parliament for Thiruvananthapuram, to the late Shri Oman Chandiji, to my Adani colleagues who put their heart and soul into this project, and also to the many leaders present here who put aside all their political differences to see Kerala's dream come true. Although we are expected to complete phase 1 in December this year, I am delighted to announce that we will complete the first phase much before that. We already have 600 meters of operational quay lane, and we are preparing 7,500 container yard slots to accept cargo. While we are expected to handle 1 million TEUs per annum in phase 1, we are extremely confident that we will handle 1.5 million TEUs, 50% more. By 2028-29, when all 4 phases of this project are completed, Adani Virinjam Port will have invested a total of 20,000 crore rupees in this outstanding example of a large-scale PPP project. The public hearing for the port's master plan has just been successfully completed, and I am extremely humbled by the overwhelming support from the people of Virinjam that we received during the public hearing. I am delighted to announce that as soon as we receive the environment clearance and other regulatory approvals, the Adani Group will begin work immediately on the port's remaining phases, and I'm very confident that this could begin as early as October of this year. We have already created over 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction and operation, and now with these wide-ranging developments, we will create more than 5,500 additional direct and indirect employment opportunities right here in Virinjam. Through the Adani Skill Development Center, we will equip thousands of young women and men with advanced specialized skills relevant to the maritime sector. And these high-level vocational skills will make them highly sought after, both in India and abroad. I thank each and every one of you who had worked extremely hard to make this international dream come true here in Virinjam. When we took on this project, our chairman, Shri Gautam Adani, promised to make Virinjam India's port of the future. And I'm extremely proud to say that we have fulfilled this promise today. Nani Namaskaram, Jai Hind.
Thank you for your inspiring words and promises. വിഴിഞ്ഞം അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര തുറമുഖത്തിൻ്റെ നയപരമായ തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ കൈക്കൊള്ളുവാനായി സർക്കാർ വിഴിഞ്ഞം അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര തുറമുഖത്തിൻ്റെ ബോർഡ് രൂപവൽക്കരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആദരണീയനായ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയൻ്റെ അധ്യക്ഷതയിൽ ആദരണീയരായ മന്ത്രിമാരുടെ സാന്നിധ്യത്തിലുള്ള ബോർഡിനെ പ്രതിനിധീകരിച്ച് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആദരണീയനായ ധനം വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ KN ബാലഗോപാൽ അവർകൾ സദസ്സിനെ അഭിസംബോധന ചെയ്യുവാനായി സ്നേഹത്തോടെ ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു.
And we just heard Karan Adani, the MD of Adani Ports, talking about how this port, Viranium Port, would have invested 20,000 crore rupees in this project with the overwhelming support of the people, thanking them, saying after the environment clearances have been met, the Adani Group will start on the remaining phase as early as October of this year with 2,000 direct and indirect jobs that have been created through this, calling it an international dream that has come true, saying that it was Gautam Adani who had set out to make this port, a port of the future, and that dream has been realized. Switching tracks now in a significant development, the Supreme Court has granted interim bail to Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the case registered under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act over the liquor policy case, while referring his petition challenging the arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. However, Arvind Kejriwal is still behind bars, and that is because the CBI custody on the charges of the money laundering case still exists, and which is why Arvind Kejriwal will remain behind bars since he was arrested by the CBI under the Prevention of Corruption Act in relation to the same liquor policy case on the 25th of June.
This has been a very big roller coaster ride, as Mr. Abhishek Singhvi and you were pointing out to Justice Khanna. What does this mean? Because ultimately for the Aam Aadmi Party, for Mr. Kejriwal, for the people of Delhi, they still don't have a chief minister.
You see, the thing is that it's a very important outcome today for Mr. Kejriwal. We had challenged the arrest itself. The Supreme Court has said that there are certain legal questions in respect of interpretation of Section 19 which require a consideration of a larger bench. But it was clearly of the view that given the fact that Mr. Kejriwal is a chief minister and otherwise he has undergone a large period of custody, he holds an important constitutional post, it's in the fitness of things that he be released in the ED case. And therefore they have directed the release of Mr. Kejriwal in the ED case. Now obviously the CBI in the meantime, as everybody is aware, has also done an arrest after he was given bail by the ED. Now, that insofar as that is concerned, that also we have challenged and the bail proceeding is pending in the High Court. So as soon as the outcome of that will come, then he'll be released. But I'm quite optimistic that...
Sir, but the big question is that in the case of Mr. Kejriwal, they said we leave it to him to decide about whether he should remain as chief minister or not. So
that is correct. There's no... So the court, there are enough judgments of the court, not just this one, but even earlier, that what elected politicians to do in a given circumstance is their call. And Mr. Kejriwal has already publicly stated his position that insofar as he is concerned, this is a politically motivated case and therefore he has been targeted for it, and therefore this is not a case where there is any genuine allegation against him, and therefore he is not going to vacate the post. That has been cleared by him even when he was out on the 21-day interim bail.
You have been a veteran of PMLA cases. Now of course the Supreme Court saying that we'll go to a larger bench, which will basically mean a 3-judge bench to hear this matter. What does this mean, for the normal viewer? Please break it down for, the general public about PMLA, Section 19, 45, all those things, so that people understand that basically what is happening and what enforcement is doing and how it is being used against political leaders.
See, insofar as PMLA is concerned, as you know, the ED has become the main agency for arrest, and it has been used against political opponents. That has also become quite clear in the public domain.
जांच एजेंसी और न्यायपालिका का बीच का निर्णय है और अंतरिम बेल मिलने का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि आप अपराध मुक्त हो गए हैं। एक बार न्यायालय का निर्णय स्पष्ट आने दीजिए, लेकिन ये दिल्ली की जनता अच्छे से जानती है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जिस तरह से शराब नीति में घोटाला किया है, चोरी की है, उसी तरह से नया स्कैम बिजली का है जिसमें दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने की साजिश की जा रही है।
आज राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट के उस फैसले पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी मोहर लगा दी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को ईडी के मुकदमे में जमानत दे दी। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यह पता था, उनको पता था कि राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट से जमानत मिल गई है, उनको पता था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी जमानत मिल जाएगी। इसीलिए उन्होंने एक और षड्यंत्र रचा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जिस दिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जमानत का केस आना था, उससे पिछले दिन अपने एक और राजनीतिक हथियार सीबीआई से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करवा दिया।
Right, with reactions coming out of the Aam Aadmi Party, they're saying that the central government deliberately ordered the CBI to arrest Arvind Kejriwal a few days before the bail hearing in the Supreme Court. We'll keep tracking the story. For now, we're slipping into a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola
India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, सब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise.
Welcome back. Let's get you news from Assam. And a row has broken out over the removal of the statue of Mahatma Gandhi, the statue that was removed in order to make way for a clock tower to come in its place. So this incident that took place on Wednesday when excavators were used in order to remove the statue of Mahatma Gandhi from the Gandhi Chowk. The authorities uprooted that statue, which was 5.5 feet tall. This was with the help of the excavator crane, sparking protests among the citizens. And it's the Chief Minister of the state who's taken to X, saying that he was not aware of the decision that was taken by the district administration, and that after he would verify the facts, he would then make a necessary amends, saying that Assam owes so much to Mahatma Gandhi. He stood firmly with the Bharat Ratna Gopinath when the Congress party led by Nehru wanted to include Assam in Pakistan under the grouping plan. And Tushar Gandhi had tweeted hitting out at the BJP-led government in Assam over this as well.
গান্ধী মূর্তি ধ্বংস কৰিছে বিজেপি টাউন কমিটিয়ে তেওঁলোকে কৈছে গান্ধী মূৰ্তি আঁতৰাই তেওঁলোকে ক্লক টাৱাৰ বনাব গতিকে আমাৰ বক্তব্য আছে যে গান্ধী মূৰ্তি থাকিব য'ত গান্ধী মূৰ্তি আছে য'ত গান্ধী চক আছে তাত গান্ধী মূৰ্তি থাকিব লাগিব ইয়াত ক্লক টাৱাৰ ক'ত বনাই বনাওক আমাৰ ক'ব লগা নাই
আৰু ডুমডুমা টাউনৰ মাজত যদি গান্ধীজীৰ এটা মানে খত বিক্ষত অৱস্থাত থকা মূৰ্তি যদি থাকে ডুমডুমাৰ কাৰণে ভাল হ'ব পাৰে জানো আমি মূৰ্তিটো খুব ধুনীয়াকৈ বনাব খুজিছোঁ 5.5 ফুটৰ মূৰ্তি আছিল এতিয়া 6.5 ফুট বা 7 ফুটৰ মূৰ্তি হ'ব আৰু তাৰ লগতে সেই জেগাটো সৌন্দৰ্যবৰ্ধন হ'ব আকৰ্ষণীয় হ'ব গতিকে ইয়াক লৈ পেলাই বিতৰ্ক কৰাৰটো কোনো প্ৰশ্নই উঠিব নোৱাৰে
A controversy has erupted in Assam over a statue of Mahatma Gandhi. This is in the tea town of Dumduma in Tinsukia district, where on Wednesday the town committee and the municipal board actually removed an old statue of Mahatma Gandhi, which has been there for decades at the Gandhi Chowk in the heart of the city, and the authorities say that this was done to replace it with a larger statue and beautification of that area, including a proposed clock tower in the area. But there have been opposition to it by the main opposition party Congress, as well as civil society groups like the All Assam Students Union. Therefore, now this has erupted into a controversy. The local BJP MLA saying that the opposition is trying to make a politics out of it, while the idea of the the authorities was just to beautify the place with a clock tower and place a larger statue of Mahatma Gandhi, because the local MLA claimed that the present statue is broken in some parts, and then it does not look nice to have an old statue there. However, the allegation that the Congress is making is that there was a deliberate attempt to remove the statue of Mahatma Gandhi and replace it with a clock tower. Now, Tushar Gandhi has tweeted about it, quoting media reports, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma responded to it, saying that this matter was not in his knowledge. However, Mahatma Gandhi has a long association with Assam, and he would look into it. So therefore, now this has erupted into a major issue, and what we are picking up from authorities in the state administration, that the state government is going to look into this matter.
Right, of course, Ratnadeep, also we heard the BJP MLA Rupesh Gowala say that giving assurances there that a new statue of Mahatma Gandhi will be constructed at that very original site within a period of 6 months. And he's gone on to say that 5.5 feet tall statue of Mahatma Gandhi will be replaced with a 6.5 feet tall statue of the father of the nation at that very spot. Well, let's just switch tracks now to more news coming in, and this time we're talking about news coming in as far as Karnataka is concerned, and we're talking about the BJP's protest that was held in the Chief Minister's home district. It was Siddaramaiah and his wife who are facing allegations. Is the Chief Minister and the family that got prime plots for the land that is being alleged by the BJP, while the Chief Minister has gone on to say those allegations are false and the inquiry is on. The Karnataka BJP held that massive protest in Mysuru over the mismanagement of the Mysore Development Authority. The protesters demanded allocation of sites to the poor by withdrawing those distributed illegally, and a CBI probe into the scam as the allegations are against the Chief Minister and his family. The Chief Minister said that the BJP has carried out this protest for political reasons. He termed that the accusations are politically motivated and that they're making an issue out of really nothing at all.
See, when there is serious allegation against the CM family itself, he can't defend his family. When corruption to the tune of 5,000 crores has been exposed by Bharatiya Janata Party, it's the duty of the Chief Minister to hand over this investigation to the CBI and tender his resignation. It is none of his business to defend himself. It is none of his business.
I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, who claims to be the champion or the self-appointed custodian of the rights of OBCs, STs, SC, STs in the country, as to why he hasn't taken any action against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Congress government in Karnataka. Is this your model of tribal development? By siphoning off 100 crore rupees of fund that was earmarked for their welfare and purchasing Lamborghini cars, it exposes the duplicity of the Congress party, the hypocrisy of the Congress party.
Pratibha joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Pratibha, we just heard the BJP, leeway allegations after allegations. Take us to that protest that was held by the BJP. Take us to the demands that are being made.
In fact, these aggressive protests were launched right from Bengaluru to Mysore. They wanted to embark on a journey protesting against the Muda scam. They've been relentlessly talking about it against Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah. Two demands that they've made. One is that they wanted the resignation of Mr. Siddaramaiah, and two is they wanted the case to be handed over to the CBI. Now, the Congress government has already initiated an inquiry which is being headed by two IAS officers. Siddaramaiah has promised that he would be taking adequate action based on the report that would be submitted. But in the meantime, the BJP leaders were all taken into preventive custody. In fact, the police did mention to Mr. Vijayendra that he would be allowed to go alone by car, but none of his workers would be allowed. Eventually, all of them were taken into preventive custody. The protesters have been relentlessly raising their voice against CM Siddaramaiah, even at the Biditi police station, which is on the way from Bengaluru to Mysore. But in the meantime, all eyes are on what would happen at the assembly session scheduled to begin from Monday. A stormy session that is expected between the Congress as well as the BJP.
Right, Pratibha, just stay with us for our next story as well as news coming in from Karnataka again. And this is the Enforcement Directorate that's taken former Minister Nagendra into custody as part of the money laundering probe linked to the alleged irregularities in the Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribes Development Corporation Limited, and the following allegations against him in the connection with the scam. Do remember that he was the welfare minister. Well, he tendered his resignation and that took place just last month. Pratibha, the scam in the corporation surfaced after accounts of the Superintendent Chandrasekhar, who died by suicide in Shivamoga in the month of May, left behind a death note which named some of the officials as well as the minister.
Well, yes, the death note did mention a minister but did not name the minister there, along with several of the other officials, which triggered a probe that has led to a lot of ED raids that happened in the last 2 days as well. So we are talking of two separate investigations that have been happening on the same case, one with respect to the CID in the state and the other with respect to the CBI. Now, the ED officials have been raiding at least around 20 premises related to the accused in this particular scam, including that of the minister, Mr. Nagendra, who recently tendered his resignation as soon as the scam came to the fore. And Mr. Nagendra is the tribal welfare minister here in the state of Karnataka. And Nagendra right now in the ED's radar, and ED has been questioning him right since this morning. And what we also hear is that ED has taken him into custody. We'll have to wait to see the further details that would emerge in terms of the role that Mr. Nagendra played in this particular scam. Remember, already there have been arrests made as far as the scam goes. Several of the government officials, as well as some of the bank officials, the Union Bank of India, as well as the Valmiki Corporation government officials who have been involved in this. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details. But that was slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल, एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई टू मेक योर लाइफ एंड योर फोन्स इवन स्मार्टर.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24x7. Your next great escape starts.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest, and this is in regard to the changes in the syllabus of the law. This is as far as the Delhi University is concerned. The Faculty of Law had sought approval from the highest decision-making body of the DU to revise the syllabus of its first and third year students to teach them Manusmriti. Now, the Education Minister has responded as far as this proposal is concerned, clarifying on that proposal that was being made to include Manusmriti in the curriculum as far as the Delhi University is concerned, saying no endorsement of any such proposal has been made. Of course, the changes in the syllabus of the paper pertain to semesters 1 and 6 of LLB. The Delhi University Vice Chancellor has also clarified that the students will not be taught Manusmriti, an ancient Hindu legal text, after a controversy that erupted over reports that a proposal to teach the manuscript in undergraduate courses was placed for approval.
Yesterday, some information come to us, some matter arise. There was some information, Manusmriti will be part of law faculty course. I have inquired, I have talked to Delhi University Vice Chancellor, and he assured me some law faculty member have proposed some changes in their jurisprudence chapter. But when the proposal came to in front of Delhi University administration, today, in fact, today there is a academic council meeting. There is no endorsement of any such proposal in the proper authentic body of academic council.
In other news, after the Lok Sabha contest, Maharashtra is bracing for another round of ruling NDA versus the India bloc, where both sides will try to outmaneuver the other in the elections to the Maharashtra Legislative Council that's being held today. Now, for the MLC post, 12 candidates are in the fray for 11 seats, and resort politics has made a comeback as far as Maharashtra is concerned. So is the possibility of cross-voting and horse trading. The contest is seen as a semi-final when it comes to the results. That'll show whether the ruling Mahayuti is intact
or some MLAs are slipping ahead of the assembly polls which are due between October and November of this year. There's been a buzz that after the Lok Sabha results where the NCP could win only one of the 4 seats, some MLAs from Ajit Pawar's camp may switch sides as they're not confident of returning to power after the assembly elections.
नहीं आज बिल्कुल नहीं, क्रॉस वोटिंग होगा तो रूलिंग पार्टी में होगा, हमारे में कोई कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। हमारे सभी एमएलए एक साथ है, हमारे एमएलए पे विश्वास है और विशेष रूप से हमारे तीनों भी महाविकास आघाड़ी के तीनों उम्मीदवार चुन के आएंगे और पहले ही इसमें चुन के आएंगे। इतने वोटों की भी हमारे पास में पूरी व्यवस्था है और इसमें जो एक कांग्रेस के वोट फूटेंगे करके जो कुछ बातें फैलाई जा रही है झूठ है।
I'm with former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh and NCP leader. Mr. Deshmukh, my question, how confident are you that all 3 of your candidates will win MLC votes?
Of
MLC
course,
polls.
Mahavikas Aghadi, all the 3 candidates, they are going to win 100%.
Why are
There
you
is
so
no doubt at all.
confident? But are you relying on cross voting at this point?
Mahavikas Aghadi is united. Congress, Rashtrawadi and Shiv Sena, we work together and there is very good coordination between all these 3 parties.
But when you look at the numbers, you may have to rely on cross voting as well. Do you think there will be cross voting?
We have got the sufficient number and all the 3 seats will 100% will win it.
We have Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, the Congress are exuding confidence and claiming that all their MLAs are intact.
That's what MVA is claiming. As far as the entire equation is concerned, Mahayuti has fielded 9 candidates, MVA fielding 3 candidates. So 12 candidates being fielded for 11 positions. So, as far as 11 seats are concerned, 12 candidates have been fielded. Had it been just 11 candidates, then we wouldn't have an election. It would have gone unopposed. But then in the mix, an additional candidate was added by Uddhav Thackeray, which is when things got tricky. So now at this point, if we look at numbers, of course, as far as the strength of the assembly is concerned, that is reduced to 274. Now, if we look at both Mahayuti and MVA, particularly Mahayuti, they don't have enough adequate numbers, even MVA for that matter. But if you put, smaller candidates, independent candidates into the mix, perhaps they may get the numbers. Even then, they would have to rely on cross voting because each candidate will have to get a minimum of 23. So if we do the number crunching, even then, even if they take help of certain smaller parties and independent candidates, they may not be able to win. At least the lasting candidate will not be able to win, which is when cross voting may happen. So whichever party will lose, in the sense that whichever candidate will lose, if it's Mahayuti's candidate that is losing, it means cross voting has happened from the other side. All this will determine what will happen in assembly elections as well, and who are the ones who are loyalists to their parties, and whether at all Mahayuti is still intact, because Ajit Pawar's position here is very, very apprehensive and tricky, because there is this entire rumor of his MLAs wanting to go to the other side. So will they vote for